Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. James on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
To the spoon to get
Yes, what
your
you want?
information.
Kuwa.
To the spoon to be
Yes, what you
part
want?
of the
Batileo.
Spoon television.
Yes, what you want? Batileo.
Spoon radio station.
Yeah.
Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. James on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon.
Oh, yes, indeed. What a wonderful day from Liberia, the nation's capital in Monrovia, wherever you find yourself. And however you find yourself listening, you know, what device you're using to listen to this radio, and also to the online platform. Welcome to today's edition of the Spoon Talk. Here today is December 19, 2024. The year is gradually slipping away, and I guess some of the resolutions that you made from the beginning of the year, you're gone maybe 95 to 98%. Welcome to it. This is the biggest show online and on air here on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1 FM, and Super 95.5. We are also being relayed on several other radio stations across the country. So no time is incredible than this one we're going to be having here together, along with our team from the US and all part of the world. I want to say you are welcome. If you are joining us, if you are just joining us, I want to welcome you. If you are there in Ganta, Nimba County, those who in Grand Bassa, Buchanan, I want to welcome you just wherever you find yourself watching from. Our folks from Painesville, from Central Monrovia, I just want to welcome you this wonderful evening from the nation's capital, Monrovia. There's a lot more happening in the country today. We're going to bring you up to date, and after which time we will activate the lines. And you will have to share your views, comments, suggestions, opinions on some of those issues making rounds in the country. My name is Strokon Flaman. I'm going to be sitting here until our team can arrive. So welcome. Just stay with me. Just be my company. Let's see what we have for you here this wonderful evening. A lot of things happening today. A lot of things happening in the country. That's why we are here, to have you informed. Not only that, but to also afford you the opportunity to be able to talk about some of those issues on your mind that are affecting your communities, your country in particular. So welcome to it. Our regular listeners want to say welcome. Those who are just following us today, I want to say you are also welcome to today's edition of the Spoon Talk. We are online. We are also on Fabric TV, Super TV, and so many other platforms across the world in Liberia. It's an incredible time, an extraordinary one today. That we're gonna be informing you on a wide range of issues. Yeah, let's see here. What's are some of the updates we have for you? What's happening on today? Mosurata County District 9 Representative Frank Safoko voluntarily turned himself in at the headquarters of the Liberia National Police, and there was a meeting held, lasted for several hours. We waited to talk to him. He finally spoke to us. So you just have to stick on the show that will be coming up. Frank Safoko. The police on yesterday declared the District 9 representative wanted for a statement he previously made on social media concerning the setting at blaze of the Capitol building, and unfortunately for him, the Capitol building, got at fire. Liberians woke up to the news of the Capitol building, being on fire, and as such, the police saw him as a person of interest. Unfortunately, yesterday the police was not able to bring him in, and today the police managed to bring him. Aside from that, what happened? The former presidential aide Sekou Kalasco was set free today also, and also the Senate Committee on Ways, Means, and Finance. They have proposed a budget of 1.8 million for the renovation of the portion of the Capitol building that got at fire. In order that, yeah, So we're gonna be activating the lines so you can have your input. So you can have your input. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I want to bring you on.
No, I didn't say bring me on. I was trying to give you a message.
Okay.
But you're going to the full line, right? So let's take calls. And once you're ready, then we'll jump in.
Okay. All right. See you. Welcome.
All right. All right.
We're gonna take calls. Yeah. So keep your calls coming in. 0555 and those who you should call our orange line 0777771075. You can also share your views, comments, suggestions, opinions on the radio. Good evening and welcome to today's edition of the program. Hello, good evening.
Hello,
Yes, welcome. Let's hear you.
this is Sawa S. Wisa calling from Old Africa.
Go ahead, brother.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to commend Spoon for being so, vigorous in dealing with issues that abide in this country. It's really doing well. But to the issue, we Liberians should be very careful. Hearing and listening, observe the investigation instead of putting the blame on one person or this person or that person.
Okay.
Because this thing happened before.
All right.
And many of us, what we were thinking about, that was not the case. So let's give the Lord a chance.
Thank you so much. Let's hear this other person here. Hello, good evening and welcome.
How you doing?
Just move away from your monitor, please.
Okay, yeah, speaking with you.
Go ahead. Welcome.
Yeah, I want to appreciate the Spoon family for the hard work. They're doing very well. They're doing total good for us. So I want to appreciate and let them continue. And also, sometimes when you organize the show, be careful. Getting some of the children when you have some discussion, you can some television, you really can see the article on the other side. So at least down there, then be careful.
Okay.
You got to play everything, those parties. So at least, be careful. Okay,
Thank you so much. Let's hear you. Hello, good evening and
Hello.
welcome.
Hello?
You are live. Welcome. Let's hear you.
Thank you. This is the voice of Andrew S. Fire Jr., the pre-graduate on Saturday. See you. Aledechi.
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I hear from Cowell, New Jersey, Stavro. First, I want to appreciate from family this evening. And let me give media to appreciate the MD of the LWSC. Today, he officially opened the sub branch at Cowell at Cowell Junction, and that was something great. So we must appreciate more Ali for that. We follow that whole program. And when you come to the fire stuff, you see one of the issues that I have right now with the police, I think that the police have to invite the COFA of the recent Facebook post on the war at Lembo. Some of us we follow that war and then we did a lot of research on it, because making a post and then knowing that such a wars are not good for our democracy, and then after that post, such a thing happen. I think you need to be called also, just like the way Coco also is being called. I think that Coco should be because of that Facebook post.
Okay.
Sort of stuff not good for democracy. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. Hello, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to the Spoon family.
Good evening, welcome. Let's hear you.
Thank you. This is Cardinal S. Sofana, a strong member and supporter of the 19 Unity Party, and I do join the conversation from Clarendon. Let me first take this time to appreciate my own Allah, the man Muhammad Ali, for his hard working. I know that he is this is man that he is one of the best in his regime. I can tell anybody that Ambassador made no mistake by appointing the name Muhammad Ali as the MD for LWSC. He is significantly working, and I do believe that because of the hard work of the man Muhammad Ali, that Whoopi will be reinstated once again into office. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's see. Yeah, this person here. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Hello, you're live. Hello, let's hear you. You're sounding, very low. Yo. Hello. Oh, we have to take other people on the line. Let me take this person. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Go ahead, welcome. Just move away from your radio.
Yeah, it is. I have a copy from back. I want to thank you. I don't let you call on talk show, but I want to tell the two family, thank you very much for what they are telling us every day. They make us to understand why it's important into this country, that the country, everything has been changed upside down by everything. I want to tell you, so we just thank you very much. And you continue. I don't know for what, because this is the video, what people will say, but in whatsoever. Then you continue to effort to understand everything that will be going on. This is why I call it. I don't let the call touch you. I just let the breathe. But I just think all of you that are working for us to be able to understand that is going on.
Okay, thank you. Let's take more people on the line. Let me see here. Let me see the WhatsApp line. Let me take this person. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Hello. We have to. Let me see this person. Let me go to this one. Let me take this person here. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Nothing. How you doing?
This is Stroke On. Welcome.
Choke on Flammer. Sorry. This is Pascal Davis from District 6.
Pascal, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Choke On. Look, I'm concerned about this issue regarding the fire disaster at the building. And you did listen to what the president said. I mean, referring to people who were there as hooligans. I don't know what he meant, but the president is whining and dancing with people who I want to believe and consider as hooligans, people who are lawless. How can one want to even believe that the president actually made a statement? Because people who are not abiding by the law are the one who we should refer to as hooligans. And the president is doing business with these kinds of people. I mean, somebody want to think. You listen to the police spokesperson or the RG and that of the information minister who said there is money for grabs. I mean, people who will provide those people who committed the act. Why are they saying to the reverend? Are they saying to us that absolutely there will be no investigation? Why are you saying? When the police SG is telling us that it is somehow from the side, by whom? I mean, why are we not asking these critical questions, Chokon? The government got to be very serious. We can't keep treating our country like this. It's a sad time. And when we say people get angry with us, why the president have to make that kind of statement? We refer to as hooligans when investigation has not even been done.
Okay, Pascal.
Who you think have done that?
Okay.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Okay, Pascal, thank you so much. Hello, let's hear you. Welcome. Hello? Oh, let's see this person here. Hello, good evening. I got to take this person and go to this line. Let me see this one. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Is this hello?
Okay, just, hello, good evening. Junior. Yes, you are live. Go ahead. Hello? Go ahead, you are live. We can. Hello? Oh, I think you have to call back. Let me take this person here. Hello, good evening. Hello?
Hello?
Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Albert Dawson. I'm calling from Tokyo. President Dr. Joseph Mabwaka did not refer to the lawmakers as hooligans. He said the act that was executed is the act you're referring to. And that act that is there, only hooligans can carry on such an act. To attack the state house, the next way is a complete act of anything. And for the police are conducting an investigation. We thank God that everything is coming down finally. The old man has been free. We thank God, thank you. I hope that he will learn and now how to speak in the public, because he's not just an ordinary human being. Over 25,000 people stood in to elect him as their leader, and he represents the state. So whatever he says, it will have a positive reflect to the people, and not to bounce the district into shame. We thank God, thank you that he's free, and I hope that he learns from that. For the issue, the fact that we come down there, it is condemnable. It is not politics. It is about our nation. We are discussing Liberia. We are not discussing political parties. It is about our state. So bring that kind of thing, and now they are invested 1.8 million. That money that could pay folks in the room. That money could even go to JSK. For those guys, the backwardness that we come for the country, to get that money that been diverted to different things. So it's not bad for us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yes, you are live. Welcome.
I'm Prince S. We are calling from Virginia, District 17.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all this issue that is ongoing this few days, we are suffering as business people, as citizens. Our businesses are not going because the budget is not passed. People are not being paid.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody is doing business with us. It's kind of it's kind of a heartbreaking for us.
Mm-hmm.
Incident that happened yesterday. You know, if you watch crime movies, you understand what some of these things are. And people accusing the minority black because they know that the minority black they are the target right now, or maybe they are the one that the government is not doing business with. So the majority black feel that they can do anything and then go free with it, and then they can put the crime on minority black. That's thing that's ongoing. But we're watching and seeing students are not coming. How we will give our vote in.
Okay, welcome on the WhatsApp line. Okay, welcome to the platform. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Mustafa Bahar, calling from the state of Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
The country or a political party. Liberia should be the key factors for every Liberian.
Mm-hmm.
My point is that we brought our president. We send money from the Ezra. We need a Josh. We are out. We all contribute our own talk. We need a change. We saw this man with the 42 years experience. Mm-hmm. Looking at his age, the time in government, we thought he could bring change. We have 3 separate branches of government. Our people need to understand. Mm-hmm. The legislature is the first branch of government. That's the only branch I can call the president on check and balance. If there's a conflict, logically, mm-hmm. and then you take his side with the majority black, doing business with those people, that doubted the president that indeed this is the rightful place he wanted, instead of the Speaker of the House, Fanati. So Liberian, we all should think wisely. 1989, 250,000 people died for glutton subordination, tribalism, and other things. Joseph Boakai, if this government failed, it will say Joseph Boakai-led government. When they name the Unity Party, it will say Joseph Boakai. So we're begging the president that it be transparent and put our country forward.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We take you there. Let's see this. So squeeze this person in. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Let's hear you quickly.
Good evening, Chopan. My name is Junior P. I join you from Rwanda this evening.
Welcome, Junior.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say a few things this evening.
Just quickly.
To the government of Liberia. Indeed, what happened at Capture Building, everybody needs to be called for questioning, especially those that are persons of interest to the government. But my concern has been joined to the recent appointment this evening. Madam Gloria Musu Scott was appointed as acting chairperson of the board for NOCA. And this is actually concerning because somebody who was just acquitted from a criminal crime is being appointed to serve as chairperson on a board that is also bringing more income to the country. It bring more concern to our country as a whole, because who are we going to make business with when our board chair is, a former criminal? And this person acquisition is not even something that we all trust. It is still being questionable. So I think if she will go for, confirmation hearing, I think the Senate actually need to look into that and see how best they can seek the best interest of the country. And lastly, I want to say all Liberians should remain peaceful as we are in this time of constitutional crisis in our country. We all should remain peaceful and put the issue of partisanship aside, and let's build Liberia together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you're just joining us, you're listening to this edition of the Spoon Talk. We are here. I can see that the Regency, I want to bring you on. Good evening and welcome.
Chokon, it's good to see you. I don't get to see you here usually, but it's good to always have you sitting in. How are you doing? You've been doing some wonderful, great job. At different locations. I saw you guys at the legislature the last time, and you guys are working very well. How are you?
Pretty good, and you?
Doing good, doing really good. So there's a lot of trending topics today. I got a chance to briefly hear what Liberians were saying, about the different trending topics in the country. We know there are a couple of things that when Stanton gets here as the moderator, the chief moderator, he's going to be diving into. So I don't want to get into it, but I'm happy that Liberians had the opportunity to say their views on the different issues in the country. I want to welcome every one of you. Thank you for joining us. This is your premier station, the place that you come to get information. We have like a diverse body of panelists here from different fields: the legal field, the economist, the psychologist, the nursing, the medical field. So we come together and we try to give you business, not forgetting that. And we try to give you just different information from our lens. And we try to do that to empower you, to help you make informed decisions, to critically think. And it's up to you then to make decisions regarding our country, to play your part as we are playing our part. We're here. Nobody paying us to sit here for 3-4 hours. Let me just tell you that for free. That we just, it's because of love of country. We want better in our country. So I don't know if we got to recognize. I'm going to have to just leave shortly. I'm waiting for Stanton to come on. When he comes on, I have a 4 o'clock meeting schedule with a student, so I'm going to be playing a double game today. But I'll let you handle that trick when you've been doing a great job. I just wanted to welcome everybody. Stanton will soon be here. I just want to attend to this student meeting, and then I'll be right back. Okay?
Okay, so we will continue to take cause a lot more people on our back. Let me see here. Hello, good evening, welcome.
Good evening.
All you have to do, just move away from your monitor, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, you're live.
FM. Good evening, Dr. Richardson.
Yes,
Spoon FM. SPOON. FM. TAFK. Talk. Special people and organization network family members talk and listen keenly to the voice of hope of Mr. Center A. Waterspoon and his able, accurate, balanced, critical, and credible analysis on Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk. Keep it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Let's hear you.
Good evening, my brother, Chosen Plummer.
Good evening. Welcome.
All right, my name is Joseph Smo calling from the Commodore Peace Island, Commodore call 540. So let me say, to the Spoon family, thank you for giving us the opportunity to express our view. The president spoke after the incident when he arrived. He said, this place is not for hooligans. He did not say those that come here are lawmakers are hooligans. That's not what he said. For example, if Spoon ever was brought into by a criminal, and then you wonder, you told him that he's studio. You say, there's out of gangster raising. So meaning that you guys that want to Spoon everything against us? No. They act that someone brought in the Spoon and enter them. Because a gangster can do that kind of thing. And the pastor that will be God. That's a gangster. That's what the pastor is. The pastor said, those that, yeah, he said, there's out of hooligans. There's a lot of hooligans. Who the hooligans can tell us such at home? So if I come out and say the president calls all the hooligans, no. Somebody got out and said, teacher, be careful when you take over the media. When you read the interpretation, when the person in English, you got the best interpretation for it.
Okay.
If they don't tell the one they got hooligans, and then
I think I agree with you. I don't think the president will refer to the lawmakers as hooligans. He was actually referring to the act that was carried out by unknown person or persons at the legislature. I don't think nobody in a rightful man would say that, nobody will assume that the president was saying, that the lawmakers are hooligans. It doesn't fit in the category for which you are putting in. It doesn't fit there. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
So good for Bana is money. Oh, Chogon, let me condemn the thing that happened yesterday at the Capital Building. And again, I want to tell my president, please, President Bakai, the order I take place, you all want. So I beg you, add on the order report there. Because if no prisoner for the money what is steal for us to loot our country, that's what they meant they do all the nonsense to Liberia. They say they made them be a bus. You have to what they. But the people, they order, I beg you, President, we put the accountability. I beg you, please add on the order report. President, we are yesterday, he audited, but he never add on the report. You are audited. They made them, they get out stealing money, then when they go put them behind by like Carrasco, then they order, they go build them out, today they come outside, Safogo went over there, the police people give them to go there. Then the common that not get money like me, the people what they hold. And they put them, people coming scapegoat now. That people they coming suffer. They make clear. So he said they will burn a capital building down. Happy. Then the men go because they make get money. They allow the men to go. Then the commoner they will suffer. So I beg you, President, away of you, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Please add the other report. So thank you for affording me that tonight.
Thank you for rejoining us. If you are just coming our way, you're listening to today's edition of the Spoon Talk, and I would like to welcome you if you are just coming our way.
Choco, I'm in Zigo, Choco. I balance that, Choco. I'm in Zigo. Let's make this thing happen. I got a big news coming up. Big news, Choco. Take few more, just say 5 more. We need to talk to only 5 people today. I don't want no 10,000, 20,000. I want only 5. Everybody else will go. Only 5 must stay on the show today. 5 people. Only 5 people I want to talk to.
Quick to this line. Let's hear you. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, you are live. Welcome.
When you get from Ghana, talking on my man today when I'm talking, I don't want you to quote me or start up feel that you want to support our government here. That what they on the talk show. So CDC people talking against you every day. That
don't call it Omar. Let it Omar talk.
You want that position, you will not get it. We'll go against him.
All right. Thank you very much for calling the show tonight.
Hello.
I want to hear the Omar. You don't mean the Omar leave the show.
Omar said, "Why don't you?"
This is Victor Adamantali. I join you from Recife.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah. What's on my mind this evening? I'm speaking to our lawmaker. You see what happened to Capital Building today? The money that the government will be using down there to build that building, that money can improve the people life in this country. But today they're doing all kinds of things in that area there, forgetting about the masses. They suffering people are suffering in this country, they're forgetting about it. And they're taking our money, they're using $45,000, all sorts of money on ourselves, and we the poor people like we let them be suffering. Our vote important to them, especially the disabled people. Our vote important to the people, to the lawmaker. But when it comes to job creation for disabled people in this country, it's not important to our lawmaker. But we get package for them 2029.
Thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
You're live. Welcome. Let's hear you.
I'm not talking with Damo.
Trocon, you are live. This is Trocon.
Trocon. Good evening. I'm good evening to Spoon family and good evening to the people, all of the people of Liberia. My name is Al Hadi Ibrahim, calling from Upper Power. You know, it is a sad day in our country. What we saw yesterday at the Capitol building there, you know, it is unbelievable to see our lawmaker there, you know, even is something already angry. Why must you go and bring the property? Labrador is already not on the develop. Labrador is not actually developed. We try to develop the country there, other people there destroying the property. So I'm appealing to our president, President of the Republic of Liberia. We are asking you to make sure so that investigation should go on, and we can see those who la profile on that Capitol building. Nothing will go on our carpet. Please.
Thank you. Let's take.
Please.
Hello, good evening. Welcome. You're live on the WhatsApp line. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Noble Fumble, and I'm calling from Hope, Minnesota. So I just want to comment. Yeah, I just want to comment real quickly.
Hello. Wow, we can get you. We have to take. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Oh, we have to take this person here. Hello, good evening. You are live. Welcome.
Mama, people, person of them about it, so I go away from blowing. They get so
hello, good evening. We take another person here. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Hello.
Just move away from your radio, please.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Okay, just move away from your radio.
Yes, I'm James Snow, calling from Red Light. I think those lawmakers that took that in the process should pay that 1.8 million. They shouldn't come to the Lagoon cover, and the Lagoon shouldn't be the pay for that money. They are responsible. If they pay that money, one child that will be used, they should replace it. Or else there will be severe backfire for those lawmakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me squeeze in this person. Maybe this. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening.
You're live. What is your name?
Yeah, James calling from Oro. They show all representatives. They should have a man who choose to be who he is. But we got a name for the guy. That is in the Friday. We get a pocket for him.
prepare a good party for the young man.
Okay. No, we can't continue with you. We take this person. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Hello, we have to go to this line. We just don't know. Hello, good evening. You are live.
I mean, like, yeah, no, yeah, that person, we gotta go. We'll get that person tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's it. Chogan, thank you very much. We gotta go. We're way ahead of beyond time.
Yes.
Chogan, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chogan. We say hi to all the good people that are Richardson. How you doing today? Want to be grateful to God for the beautiful, beautiful. What's the date today? Monday? A beautiful Monday.
But it's Thursday.
Huh?
Today's Thursday.
Tuesday. Oh, that Richardson. Okay, so you remember today, Thursday. You remember?
I shouldn't be remembering. You're trying to test my orientation times 3?
Times 5. Times 5. I made your own times 5. Not times 3.
Okay.
Dr. Richardson, how are you doing today?
It was warmer today. I like it when it's warmer in December.
What you at? It kind of cold when you do.
Yeah, it was warmer today. I'm still recovering from a cold, so you hear my voice a little bit.
That's all right. It's good when you get cold. It's okay.
I'm munching on. You know that.
We love it when you get cold. We love it when you get cold.
There's a lady, Lulu, that we featured in the Spoon Talk business. She sells ginger for cold and all of that stuff. So I bought some.
Is that me having okay, so my volume was low. Let me increase it. Go ahead, say something.
So it's a lady that we feature on Spoon Talk business, and she sells ginger and turmeric and mixed for the cold. So I got some from her. It's all natural. So that's what I'm taking. And at nighttime, I would try to drink Terraflu to calm me down a little bit. But
that's good. I mean, you guys love to get cold. You love to be sick. I am not. I want to say that's good to you. Thank God for who you are and where you are. Thank God for you being sick. Thank God for the sickness and the good health, everything. In everything, good or bad, we got to be grateful to God. In everything, with prayer and supplication, we got to give thanks. That's all we got to do.
Then come my husband will turn and say, "Mommy, how you doing?" Or "I hope you feel better." They don't tell me thank God for the sickness.
But God said, good or bad, we should give thanks.
Yes,
that me?
In all we give thanks.
Huh?
In all we give thanks.
In all we give thanks. So yeah. I don't separate.
My favorite thing, by the way.
Yeah, I give thanks. Thanks. I give thee thanks for all thee have done. We gotta give thanks.
What you want to church? The upper chapel or where? What?
No. That originates. I don't tell about your chair. Don't tell my chair. My chair get 2 doors.
No, you're the one that you are in Liberia. I want the one that you started.
That originates that one feeling. I went there. I get gamet. I check off. I went there to get gamet. Now I get gamet. I check off. Leave that one. That originates.
Yeah, leave it.
I want to welcome. How are you, sir? How you doing? I want to welcome every one of you. Thank you guys for joining the Spoon Talk today. We got big breaking news. $1.8 million, was discussed today. I mean, the money coming for to repair the burned building, $1.8 billion. We know how that won't happen. But what discussed today, and we also got the president is meeting the majority black and the minority black. The president called for this big meeting. I don't know whether the president called the meeting after the fact. There's something about that meeting I want to discuss with everybody coming on the show today. The president asked to meet with the minority members. But for that Kofa is not his out.
What?
Oh, yeah. Dr. Richardson, we got to lay to the people today. Joseph Yeman Braga, president of the Republic of Liberia, called to say you want to be the majority and the minority. All of that.
Why Kofa is not there?
Oh, but wait now, you can't reach to the end. You gotta read chapter 1, chapter 2, episode 1, episode 2, episode 3. We're in season 1 now. That way, before the show comes to an end, we'll go through all 5 seasons. I want to say. That mama got to cancel that one. Yeah, compliment of the season, my people. Happy Christmas to all of you who come around the Christmas. I want to say again to all of you, the president is meeting the majority black. Probably they already finished with the meeting, but for that year, starting the meeting. Now, the president have his demands, and I'm going to tell you the demands of the president. The minority members have their demands. I'm going to tell you also. But here's the question, Dr. Richardson. Why is President Barker calling for a meeting today? Since October 17, they must burn the building first before President Barker called for a meeting. The president can talk. No, that different branch. No, the president shouldn't talk. But let you know what? I got something for you today. Hey, get your popcorn, get your drinks, because we're drinking drinks. We are drinking drinks on Spoon Talk. Today is a drinking drinks day. And you know what? We get Edwin Melvin Snow, Bowman County Senator, coming on the show. He coming with fire. Edwin Melvin Snow Jr. / is that Mr. Edwin Melvin Snow or Senator Edwin Melvin Snow? He married, right? Is he married?
No idea.
He married, yeah?
I have no idea. I don't keep up with Edwin Snow, Senator Snow.
So you make it plan with the man again?
I'm not making plan with my brother. We got some Bowman connection between both of us.
Oh, I see. I see. So you made peace.
We made peace.
I think he and Glenny made peace. I waited for Glenny to come. I don't think he and Glenny made peace. But what say we got the senator?
Relationship between both of us. He are in Bowman area there.
What kind of relationship?
One of my small sister, he had a child by. And
yeah. Oh, wait. Breaking news. Dr. Richardson.
Yes, you are trying to tell us.
So you Edwin Snow sister-in-law?
Yes. You got family with our family.
Well, how many children Edwin Snow get? How many children? So Edwin Snow and Jeremiah Kuhn. Jeremiah Kuhn got 15 children. And Edwin Snow got how many children?
We'll look at the asset declaration.
I'll find Edwin Snow asset declaration. But Jeremiah Kuhn got 15. So is Edwin Snow next? Maybe Edwin Snow got 12. Who knows?
I don't know.
But Edwin Snow got a child by your sister?
Yes, one of my small sister from Poor Mines.
How old is the child?
I know. I don't care if all of that one. I mean,
how is the child? You enter. The people want to know. Listen, y'all want to know, right? No. She started 18. Y'all want to know, right? Let me
do my own thing. I want to.
No, he's coming, but we got to ask you.
You
want to know, you just say yeah. If you don't want to know, then we tell Dr. Richardson to keep that secret. Dr. Richardson is saying, the senator of Bowman County get child by her little sister.
Yes.
You want to know the whole story or you don't want to know? Y'all tell me now, let's move on. I don't want to get time to waste. You want to know the whole story, yes or no?
I don't want to know.
Okay. Wulu say yes.
Check.
King Solomon say LOL. Oh, Leader Andrew say none of our damn business. Hey, Leader,
my girl. Let me tell you about Leader. Leader actually was a very good friend to my cousin Florence Chiller that passed away.
I see why she won't put it up. She said none of our damn business. I lied. We were talking. Leader, we're talking. We were waiting for you. We were talking.
Medicine. She's studying to be a veteran in East Africa there.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Shout out to Leader and thank you very much for being one of the great followers of Spoon. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot. We'll be bringing Edwin Melvin Snow on. We're going to discuss national issue. The compact, MCC. Liberia is eligible to receive up to 500 million. When? Liberia is eligible to receive up to 500 million. When? This eligibility, is it only coming back now? Or we were qualified from 2022, 2023, but it coming during Joseph Barker time. Government are continuation, so it's okay. We'll discuss it. We got Uncle Samuel Jackson coming, and one of those that work on the compound is Paul Kennedy. He's gonna be here. I also want to be balancing this thing out to talk with Dale Francis So I think we'll be placing a call to their friends to talk about this compact after we spend some time with Senator Snowe. Again, folks, this will be a wonderful show. Why do you think that Richardson? I'm going to leave off with this question. Uncle Sam, welcome. Thank God you're in South Africa and you arrived safely. It's good to see you, Uncle Sam. Welcome to the show.
Let me take my wine from Miami. I beg you. Let me take my wine from Miami. So,
Uncle Sam drinking drink. It's still there. It's still there. We can still see it. Oh, Uncle Sam drinking drink. What kind of puppet the whole day you flipping? Uncle Sam drinking the dollar. Uncle Sam drinking the dollar wine without taking a dollar for you.
I drink from Terra. I mean, I'm smart enough to know Cabernet Sauvignon, like Cabernet Sauvignon. Like that's a brand. And so Cabernet Sauvignon, like Cabernet Sauvignon. So
Okay.
I drink my little cheap from Terra.
Okay, well, Uncle Sam, the folks want to know something, right? Dr. Richardson sister got a child with Edwin Snowe. I didn't know that. So all this time Dr. Richardson been fussing with Edwin Snowe, it was fake, right? Now we got to know that people want to know how old is the child. And where is that child, Dr. Richardson? You are muted without hearing you.
I already told you what I had to say. Edwin Snowe is coming on. He's going to choose to discuss this information further. All I know is after one of the shows that we had our heated argument and our, conflict, we began to, some people from Burmese intervene and they told me and they said, that man is your in-law, your small sister.
Edison, Joe.
I don't know about all of that one. I just told you that.
Okay. Edison is a bad man. You're so bad man.
My man, you just like gossip. You just want gossip.
Listen, Uncle Sam, if I'm not on TV, I would say the man is a bad mother. You know why? Uncle Sam, this guy is a bad dude. He went in, he made sure that he got connected with the family and he got identified with the family.
And the funny thing about it, anyway, we
got time. Tell beg you, tell your own.
I mean,
tell your own, beg you, tell your own.
Very beautiful small sister of mine. Very, very.
You got her picture?
I'm not going to let me tell you all I want. I gotta cut you. I could have cut to all that.
What year was this?
I am not getting into all of that. I already told you.
Uncle Sam, I just know for Isa.
All I know is she's fine. She's
is she here in America or is she in Liberia?
She's in America.
Oh, she here?
She's here in America.
Which state?
I'm not telling all of that. She's younger and beautiful.
Oh, she's younger than you.
She was in a younger class.
Oh.
I'm a big sister to her.
Oh.
So I know how Edwin know that because I know how old is he, but I don't know.
Edwin's not a man do. Edwin's not a man do. Edwin's not a man do. Woo! Oh, Richardson, you are carrying Facebook crazy right now. Everybody says say it. Look at Bernie say don't say it. Bernie, you have moved from that. Don't say it.
I need to know that he was in my family and that there are certain things that when he comes on that will be hard on him. We'll discuss politics, but then there's certain family thing that we have to talk. That I will also be able to talk it that way.
They say end the story now. Don't be clear, right? Say the whole thing, won't get to the end.
Episode 1, season 1. Y'all gotta wait for it.
Oh man, I beg you, yeah. The thing is that the information you're getting is sweet. But we're gonna be bringing a bombing senator on, Edwin Mervyn Snowe. We're going to talk our own, and we're going to listen to everybody joining the show today.
Mama told us to wait for season 5, so wait for season 5.
Oh, I get the name. She's in Maryland. I get the state. I got the name. My people,
you're not running a mouth to you like that.
My people, I know the name. I know the state. I know the city. She's in Frederick, Maryland. Maryland. But I will not call the name. I will not call the name. I will not call the name. Oh, I got a picking picture. But except I get authorization to pull a picture, or I can't pull it up. I get a picking picture.
I know who give you all that information, but not me.
I get the boy on the Edwin Snow. Man, the picking of Jenna Edwin Snow, my people.
But
you want to see the picture?
But very light.
Yeah, he let her a little bit. But y'all want to see the picture?
His mother is light to me, if I remember correctly.
If y'all want to see the picture, Dr. Richardson nephew picture, and all the things we've been saying, now with Dr. Richardson and Edwin Snow get a family relationship.
Yes.
So y'all want to see the picture? I'm not allowed to put a picture up. Y'all say yes, I put it up. But I don't know. He's still a teenager, right?
I got nothing to add. No subtract.
No, they said no children picture in life. But if the father tell me, if the father or the mother tell me to put it up, I'll put it up.
The person who sent the information, ask them. I told her you can go for 65.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Dr. Richardson? Look at everybody saying, yeah, y'all want to see the picture? I can show the picture.
Yeah, God.
The people are celebrity now.
Yeah, very for the like drama too.
Oh, they say I'm gonna show the picture. I'll show the picture.
Look at that, you own.
But we're here for the people. This is the people's network. This is where the people come and get the good, the bad, and the ugly. So they'll show the picture what we're here.
Give thanks to all things.
Through it all. Hallelujah. Through it all. I learned to trust in Jesus. I learned to trust in God. Through it all. Hallelujah, through it all. To depend upon His word. I learned to depend on His word through it all, but I got to show my Liberian people the picture. If you want to see the picture, just say yes. We're going to be talking about the meeting today. That's a big meeting. Either it's taking place, or have taken place, or how you call it. The president asked to meet the minority black members. We'll be placing a call to Safoko tonight. Kalasco is out of jail. We have the entire document, the writ of arrest. Why they sent Kalasco to jail, we have that document. I want to say to all of you, we will be welcoming the senator. And I believe that Richardson, Edwin Snow will be running in Riverside. Did you hear that? Is it a fact there?
I didn't hear that, but is he from Riverside? But anyway, it was not an international librarian.
It was not that UN, the librarian, United Nations man. Yeah, but he had a family lineage through Riverside.
In Monserrato, I think I remember that. Yeah,
Monserrato, everybody from Monserrato.
That's I hear you in for me. Now you're talking about Riverside.
Yeah.
So you think you'll be telling us that today, or you?
Yeah, let bring Senator Snow. Except we get anything else to say.
No,
we can bring in Senator Snow. I see the internet giving him hard time.
Coming on.
Yeah, Senator, welcome to the show. Can you hear us, or is your internet kicking you out?
I don't know what LTE or internet acting up. What's up?
Good. They harmonize your data. That's the thing. Abdullah Kamara need more money, so he harmonized your data. So.
My sister-in-law, how are you?
Okay.
Wait, Clinton. Should I show the picture?
Ain't want to talk.
It seems like the senator came prepared, so he just started.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my son. Stanton, that's my fourth child.
Oh, they might be a lot jealous of you though. Seriously, right, Clinton?
But you older than this picture, right?
Yeah, that picture is an old picture.
Old picture.
5 years ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Eden.
How you call him?
Eden.
Eden, okay.
Eden,
all right.
E-D-E-N, yeah.
Okay, Eden. So, yeah, he looks sharp. He looks like a ball player. How old is he now?
What? Well, you want to know all the details about my children and for so you can do a thing.
No, how many kids you got? Because the vice president got 14. You guys on competition, how many you got?
No, I got 5 children, Stanton. Only 5.
Oh, 5. So the vice president got 9 added 9 more than you. 9 more than you.
I got the 5th one I did for September.
Information, TMI here.
You check out. You decided to shoot Blake.
Because it was five children by 5 mothers, so I got scared.
Oh, by 5 mothers? So are you telling us that Jeremiah couldn't get 14 children by 14 women too?
Oh my God.
No, I'm talking for Edwin Stone, not for Jerry.
Oh my chica, they were so, as my father used to say.
That is so well said, man. Welcome to the show. It's good to have you. This is what we do. You know, we come with distress. We make you laugh. We want to welcome all of you.
The senator understand you by way. Like he can't wait ahead of you.
At first, man, he used to get so mad at me, right? Now you got to build ability. They got to build the mindset up before coming on the show. We want to welcome all of you. We want to welcome all of you. It will be a great show today. You know, we discuss serious issue affecting our country. And I want to say thank you again for joining us. Please share the show. Thanks to all of you that gave us up to 95,000 viewership yesterday, 17,000 comments. We want to say, listen, this is your network. We'll make you happy, we'll laugh. And at some point, we got to make you mad because of our position and our opinion. It is why it is. Because this is what we do every day. We got to find the story. We got to come and give you the story. Sometimes the story may not be right, but we'll give it to you and you decide. I will talk my own and you talk your own, and we hope it makes Liberia better. So on this note, I want to welcome Dr. Richardson again, Uncle Samuel Jackson, Clinton as panelists, and our guest for tonight is the Bowman County Senator Edwin Melvin Snow Jr. Welcome, guys. Dr. Richardson, we didn't do opening. Let's hear you, and we'll keep Edwin Snow for last to do his intro.
You know, Stanton and the rest of the panelists, I just want to greet Liberians. I want to just tell them, your hello, how you doing? And, you know, just by saying your hello is a greeting that you don't usually get to hear in other places. Your hello, you know, I miss that so much, you know. Just hearing people pass through your yard, around your yard. I know you're missing that right now, Uncle Sam, right? Yeah, hello. So, you know, I really appreciate the panelists as well. And I'm sure many of you Liberians appreciate the panelists on this show. We come from a diverse background. I've got an economist here, got the lawyer, you have the medical field people, you have me who is just a psychologist. You have different groups, business people, and all of that stuff. And that's the lens that we bring to this show. And this is what makes the show very interesting. We are here to empower you. We are here to make you think critically. We are here to provoke your thought so that you should be able to make informed decisions about training issues in our country. So thank you for joining us, and I hope that you enjoy this ride today. As Senator said, he likes to throw a lot of fun into this. And it's good to have Senator Edwin Snow. So I think they say he running to be something in recess, but maybe you will asking that question. Okay. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Uncle Sam, welcome. It's good to see you. I mean, you're in South Africa now. Thank God for the safe trip. It's good to see you.
Look, man, it was a grueling. I left Liberia 7:30 in the morning on Askai, and we got to Accra. Then from Accra to Lomé, I was in Lomé for a few hours. Then we got on another Askai from Lomé to Libreville. And I didn't get into South Africa till about almost like 1 o'clock in the morning. So I had to sleep all day long. But of course, the house is empty with no food. So I had to force myself to go out there and get provisions and everything for the house. So I'm a little bit tired, but I wanted to come out today to just let everybody know that I made it safely. And hello, my people. I love you guys. The people in Cape Town, they juga Samuel on a GDC, I put the boss over, Benga Blojake, I put the boss over, Babacha.
Amen. I put the boss over, God, thank you. Let me bring in Clinton, the lawyer, on our side. We really do appreciate your addition to the network, Gamade. As always, thank you for joining us. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. It's always good to be here, always good to be on this network. Like you said, man, it's good to have the Liberian people tuning in and listening to us. It's a privilege, actually, thousands of people last night alone, 95,000 people across the world listening to us. I'm looking forward to a great show today, MCC scorecard. I see all of the celebration, but I really would like to dive into some of the contradictions. Looking back on how did we arrive at eligibility vis-a-vis the grace of the WIAS administration and the propaganda that undermined the regime. Also, reports of the president meeting with members of the legislature. And of course, we have some folks released from prison today as part of who were jailed as a result of the protest. So a lot of things to talk about today. So I'm looking forward to it.
I'll thank you very much. But seriously, you laid them out and say thank you. You also forget about the 1.8 million that was just brought about.
Oh, yeah, that one is going to be interesting.
So we have some information. I was able to speak to Prince Moe today. And thank God we have Senator Snow here. We can dig into those different issues. Senator, it's all yours, your intro. Thank you again for joining us. And as always, I'm going to move myself in the corner and put you closer to your sister-in-law. It's good that you join us, sir.
Senator, thank you. Uncle Sam, I'm happy you left town without seeing me, my man. We had an agreement. But anyway, you're a frequent flyer, always out. But I'm glad
No, but I will talk to you. No problem. We'll hook up.
I'm glad to be on the show. No problem. I'm glad to be on the show. Dr. Richardson, happy to see you. Clinton I've been following you since you got on the show. I think you brought the new flavor on the show, and I want to thank you for your contribution to the show. And of course, Stanton, nice talking to you as always. I'm glad to be here tonight.
So, Senator, let's jump into it. The nation is watching. Forgive me if I mute you when you're not speaking because we're getting the bad sound coming back. Once you're ready to speak, I will unmute you, or you can unmute yourself, sir. Let's get into this because since October 17, where you work for so many years, up till yesterday, part of that building was burned down. I want us to address that issue and we can move back. We'll talk about the region. We'll talk about the most recent election in Ghana. And I want us to spend more time in Liberia. The state of our nation right now, to you, Senator Snow, is what?
Thank you, Stanton. First thing, as you know, there's a festive season, and there's a time of joy. There's a time of giving. It's a time of forgiveness, and it's the most celebrated Christian season around the world. Liberia, yes, it's a secular state, but with Christian dominance. It is mind-boggling. It is disturbing that during this season, that with the violence being, around in the country and leading to the Capitol building, whether it was electrical, it was arson, we still await the findings. But due to circumstances in the last few weeks or the last month or so surrounding legislative politics, I think it's quite unfortunate that what happened yesterday, it burned my heart, it broke my heart. I couldn't go to see it yesterday. I was at the building today. I refused to go and see it. That's a building I've been in now for about 18 years. And we've had a lot of things happening there in 18 years. We've disagreed, we've fussed, we've done things, but we've never got to the stage where the building was gutted by fire, either deliberately or accidentally. We await the report, but it's troubling. And these are challenging times for our country. I don't know of others, but I don't like the direction our country is going in. I think as a nation and people, we need to do better. We need to stand up. We need to see how best we can break bread together. This is a divided nation, and the way it's proceeding, if we don't take the necessary precautionary measure, I think we could have ourselves to blame.
Senator, you sounded like your former boss, Cyril Allen. He called on the show yesterday, Chief Cyril Allen, and he made these different points that you are making. But then the question remains, Senator, you've been watching, you've been monitoring, ECOWAS came in the country. They met folks, for or against. People put that on you and say, well, it was Senator Snow that brought them. I mean, you're working with some of these guys, Senator. Who do you blame for what is happening right now?
You know, Stanton, I'm glad you talk about the ECOWAS situation. It's such a shame, you know. ECOWAS, Liberia has a treaty with ECOWAS. Liberia is a founding member of ECOWAS. ECOWAS conduct diplomatic missions, conflict resolution, peacekeeping, and other things. And for example, I started with myself. There was similar situation in Sierra Leone in 2018 when the opposition party got more seats in the parliament than the ruling party, and the ruling party wanted to have the speakership. And the ruling party got police to go into the well of the parliament, arrested members of the opposition party, reduced their numbers, then called for an election, elected a speaker, and the opposition refused to go to session to parliament, and the president could not get a required quorum to address the Sierra Leone parliament for his annual message. ECOWAS commissioned a delegation to go to Sierra Leone, and I headed that mission to Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone did not have to call ECOWAS to go there. We follow events in the region, and once that happened, I was sent to Sierra Leone. I headed a mission, a parliamentary parliamentary mission there. First, it was Dr. Chambers, who was then the special representative of the Secretary General of the UN, and then the president of the ECOWAS Commission was there, and they felt that it was a parliamentary situation, so they should have the parliament involved. And I headed that mission, and we resolved the situation. I publicly condemned the Sierra Leone police for going into the wells of the parliament, which we call the chambers here, but we're able to resolve that problem. The president of Sierra Leone was involved in the resolution of the problem, and it was resolved. There was a situation in Nigeria, not as bad as the Sierra Leone situation, but with two parties in the National Assembly in Nigeria. I also headed that mission in working with the APC and the PDP in putting them together. When we got through, the two groups went to meet President Buhari, and it was a very good meeting. When the Liberian situation took place, the president of the ECOWAS Commission, through the mandate of President Tinubu, commissioned a parliamentary delegation to Liberia, headed by the Speaker of the Parliament. And Stanton, it was most unfortunate that Liberians, and not just Liberians, but major stakeholders in the government, security at the highest level, advisors to the president, you know, went to say that Snow was the one who brought ECOWAS to get involved. And Snow took money from Fonanti Kofa, and Snow is a party. Snow had taken sides. And the government was very hostile to ECOWAS delegation, very hostile to the delegation. They didn't want to meet the delegation. The night before the delegation, 2 nights before the delegation got here, I met with the president, thanks to the vice president who was very instrumental in arranging that meeting. I explained to the president why the delegation was coming. The president agreed to meet with them. When I left the president's residence, the so-called security advisors and others went into the president and abused his mind for meeting the ECOWAS delegation. And the government was really hostile to that delegation and accused me of being the one to get ECOWAS to come here to intervene. And a lot of things happened. You know, I mean, same situation the day we came here, going to Sierra Leone. Snow is an opposition. Snow had taken side. Snow took money from Fonantin. He brought ECOWAS here. For people to even think that ECOWAS is that cheap or that low, that Edwin Snow would just take the phone and mandate a parliamentary delegation headed by the Speaker of the Parliament to come here and intervene, it was quite unfortunate. So the delegation, anyways.
So let me hold you right there. I beg you, Chief. We got a long time today. Let's stick with what you just said, that the vice president ushered you in, took you to the president. You spoke with the president. You explained the importance of this meeting of ECOWAS delegation coming. And you said he agreed. And after you left, and we came up with the information that the president couldn't see them.
Yeah, I mean, The following morning, Stanton, I got a call from the president of the ECOWAS Commission. Like, what's going on in your country? We just got a call that, security advisors have advised the president not to meet the delegation, and that Snow has taken a side. He's supporting the speaker. So the president should not meet them because ECOWAS is there to lecture the president, to convince the president for Kofi not to be speaker. I mean, it was so embarrassing, Stanton. It was so disturbing, the way it was handled. I mean, calls started coming from the Nigerian
but prior to the delegation coming into the country, who asked the delegation to come? You say, well, the delegation can come. Did they speak to the president at the time? Did they speak to folks in the executive that they were coming?
So, Stanton, ECOWAS, Liberia is a member of ECOWAS. It's a member state. When the house is on fire, you don't seek approval to say we got to get approval from you to come. No, it was a mission. It was commissioned by the president of the commission, Dr. Ture, under the auspices of the president of the chair of the authorities or head of state, President Tinubu. Edwin Snow had nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing to do with it. So the mission came to Liberia, and it was to see how best, since it was
Chief, you're not answering my question. So if the mission plan to come to Liberia, Senator, they must at least call. Who are that person to arrange those different meetings with the president, meetings with all the different black? Did they just appear and say, listen, want to meet the president? What was arranged?
So Stanton, they wrote a letter. They wrote the president. They wrote the vice president, also happened to be president of the Senate. They wrote the speaker. They wrote the president pro tempore. Who else they wrote? I think that was about it. All right. And in the letter, they mentioned that Edwin Snow, as head of the ECOWAS Liberian delegation, ECOWAS Parliament, will ensure the delivery of these communications. So Edwin Snow was not a part of that mission. The way we work in ECOWAS, when there's a conflict or something in your country, you don't participate in the mission. Even though I chair the Political Affairs Committee, I was excluded because it is in Liberia. But I was asked to make sure I deliver those communications to the major stakeholders, which I did. And the one with the president was followed by a meeting, a physical meeting with the president. I was with the president for over 2 hours, explaining to him what the mission was about. We had a very good conversation, Stanton. I mean, very good in the presence of the vice president. The next day, Stanton, everything changed. Everything changed. I'm getting calls from Nigeria. Well, we're getting calls from Liberia that you are in opposition. You have taken side with the speaker, and you are bringing in ECOWAS here. It just got so embarrassing, Anyways, the ECOWAS ambassador to Liberia took charge of it. She facilitated the different meetings. They met. They had very good meeting with the majority and minority blocks. The matter of fact, when the first time they met since the conflict was under the auspices of ECOWAS. They went back, talks broke loose, ECOWAS left. The cassette were not friendly towards them. They left. And everyone has been trying their best. Things have been happening. And look at where we are today, Stanton. Look at where we are today. In Mali, before the coup took place, there was a demonstration in the parliament. ECOWAS parliament were in Mali when the coup took place in Mali, trying to mediate in the parliament. This is a regular routine. It's not something you need to go and say, oh, I beg you, let me come in to intervene, let me do this. No. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Finance, they are members of the ECOWAS or Council of Ministers. They were informed, they were written, and I mean, it just went out of hands, Stanton. The country is of such that you either got to be on the opposition side or you're on the ruling side. Nobody is seen as in the middle. Once you are not sounding the trumpet, you are an enemy to the state. And it's very embarrassing. Look at where we are today, Stanton.
We're going to come there. Maybe the guys want to, ask you on this ECOWAS question, because it was a big thing. A lot of people blame you. They blame your then chief of staff. I think he was your chief of staff. The gentleman that came along. Again, let's talk about it and clear this thing out. But to say the president had less than 24 hours change your mind, the folks want to know why. Dr. Richardson, Clayton, Uncle Sam, and welcome to the show, Glendy. Let's ask our questions.
Senator Snur, it's good to have you here again today. You are breaking news to us. I didn't realize the hostility that existed between the Buckeyes government and ECOWAS. But recently, the president attended the ECOWAS summit. How do you think that went, considering the hostility that we showed towards ECOWAS when they were coming to our country? And also, the president went to appeal for support in our process towards transitional justice in our country, which is basically how we deal with human rights situation. How do you think that it all kind of pan out, considering the hostility that we had towards ECOWAS? You pay a bill, you're not sick.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted there. Senator, there's noise in my background, so maybe it's the AC. I'm going to cut it off. So at the level of the presidency, in ECOWAS, we have a group called the Authorities of Head of States and Government, and that is at the highest level. Now, I don't think presidents will want to, President Tinubu, I don't know I'm not in that meeting because only presidents meet there, whether they have to discuss it there or whatever happened there. I won't be able to say anything to that because I don't know what happened there. But yes, the parliament made a report, a formal report, or back to the president of the commission. Yes, the situation at the legislature came in the Security and Mediation Committee meeting of ECOWAS because we have several meetings before the summit that the president went for, and it was reflected in the Security and Mediation Committee meeting. And the parliament made a position clear. So whatever happened there was discussed. It was reported. And we took it from there. But I don't know what the head of state decided. I'm going to discuss it, but whatever was discussed, I'll be able to tell. But again, it was just a sad situation that ECOWAS came here and people thought that it was Edwin Snow who brought ECOWAS here. I mean, you have to be very low-minded to think that, one individual would just call ECOWAS and say, come to my country, I got a SAR, I can't take your SAR. It's unfortunate, I mean, like I said, this is not Liberia, it's not the first country that people came to. I mean, we go to observe elections in the region. We do mediation, parliamentary diplomacy, we call it. And like Stanton said, my former chief of staff, Edwin Miller, he's a Liberian. He worked in the parliament. He's not a parliamentarian. He's a technocrat. Now, what we also do is that when you go into a country and there's a staff in the parliament from that country, you are there to give background or, backdoor support to the delegation. So you run errands, you make arrangements, it's normal in the parliament. It's normal. You don't take side. You don't have a side to say, I have this side or you'll take my line. All right? The delegation came there. Nobody now from the majority of my minority black will tell you, say, the speaker told them it was Snow who called him. Matter of fact, the speaker wasn't even happy with me because as chair of the security committee, I have a daily briefing from the region. And every morning as I get my briefing, I share it with the speaker on security intelligence in the entire West Africa. I share that briefing with the speaker of the parliament every morning. She was shocked that I had not informed her that there was crisis in the parliament in Liberia until the president of the commission informed her and commissioned that delegation to come to Liberia. Even if I had informed her what's wrong with it, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, we sell ourselves so cheap in this country that everybody thinks if it's not political, it's commercial. Fudanti Kofa gets Snow money, so Snow came to defend, brought people to come and defend. Fudanti Kofa got money, not for me. Fudanti is not, let me not go more than that. I mean, it was just cheap.
Yeah, I know you have status in ECOWAS, but I definitely would agree with you that your status will not encourage the entire ECOWAS investigative team to come to Liberia. I don't think you have that much power to do that. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask you now, but Cynthia, you can guide me on this. I have two additional questions. One, I was going to ask you about the status of Burkina Faso and Mali in ECOWAS because they were threatening to leave ECOWAS. The second question that I actually had to do to Liberia, you called on this show, you talked about your ex-wife being the the current Chief Justice. I know you don't want to get into it. I see your facial expression that you're making there, but I have to ask because she holds the
I'm
way.
open to any conversation tonight. No limit. Anywhere you go tonight, we go there together.
Very good. I like that. So she holds the future generation, the law.
Is that his ex-wife or your current wife? Which one we're going with tonight?
I know. I really don't know.
No, I just want to be clear on the record. Is that your ex-wife, a senator, or your current? I want a question to be presented well.
When it's time to ask a question, you can ask. Let the organization ask a question.
So right now, it is my understanding that she has the bill of information on her desk. Okay? And if you are married to her, I think you said on this show, at one point maybe you guys were living in the same home together. So I believe that you know her pretty well. You actually, I think you talked about the child at Open Joyland Children's Park is a child that you share with her. Can you tell us, give us some insight into why the bill of information, where she is supposed to explain? She's supposed to explain who actually is the legitimate speaker, the constitutional speaker of Liberia. Can you tell what you know about that? Tell the Liberian people, what do you know about it? And I know Sentinel dying to add more juice. Maybe my question is a little bit dry because I can see a facial expression. Please, Sentinel, hop in. You the moderator. God, no, I'm not asking that question like juice that you want to put in. You
see, so she gave me her question. Let me ask. Okay, number one, is the current Chief Justice your ex-wife or your current wife?
So the current Chief Justice and I got a divorce. We're no longer married, but we're very, very good friends.
Okay. Now, number two, to Dr. Richardson question, the bill of information. What do you think is a delay? Why is there a delay?
Well, I see the Chief Justice regularly, including today. She don't discuss what's on her desk with me. She's a very professional person. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a member of the Supreme Court bench. So those things that belong to her office, she doesn't share with me. Those information not share with me. So I won't be able to speak to.
No, but you as a senator, you know exactly the situation in the country. Why do you think up to this time, whether it's your wife or not, or a Chief Justice cannot make such a decision and the house is burning down?
Thank you. That's where I was going.
So let me just say this. I'm happy Clinton is there. On the Liberian
your key open this door for me, please.
Go ahead, Chief. Sorry for that. Go ahead.
Under the Liberian, in the Liberian context of the law jurisdiction, the Bill of Information is privilege. It's not a right. So when a case is heard and you need additional information, or give the court additional information on the application of its ruling or its opinion, you can file a bill of information, and that information is normally signed by the Chief Justice, who is the name of the bench. So, for example, there is the Yos bench. So, I think under the court's own rules of procedure, they've given that right or privilege to the Chief Justice that was signed. It's the prerogative of the Chief Justice to sign on to the Bill of Information or not to sign on the Bill of Information. Now, what she has done with that, I don't know. I know the court closed today. They handed down some opinions today, and they've closed today. They'll be opening, I think, on the 6th of January. If it wasn't signed today or it wasn't argued today, and it will be done in January. But I don't know what her decision is on that. I don't speak for her. She don't discuss her professional issues with me, and I won't be able to speak to that.
Professionally, though.
So I get
okay, Dr. Richardson, take back your question, your last question.
So let me just ask my last question, and before you're closing, can you talk about Burkina Faso and Mali? I'm eager to know about that too. But in your opinion, I'm not going because you say you guys don't discuss, the court business, even though you are good friends, and I respect that. But in your opinion, do you think, even though you said this is a privilege as opposed to a legal matter, do you think that the country needs to hear from the Supreme Court about this privilege? Because it appears that this case was so vague. Some people are saying that the court decided in our favor, and another group is saying that the court decided in their favor. So, for the sake of our country, do you think that she needs to speak to that, or the court, not her specifically, but the Supreme Court justices need to speak about this because of the way how our country is going? It's divided, like you said. We need some unifying force to come in.
Well, for my own understanding of the law and being a lawmaker for several years now, over 15, 16 years as a lawmaker, I think the court was very clear in its ruling. For one to think that the ruling wasn't clear, I think the court was very clear. The court made it clear that the Constitution, Article 33 and Article 49, provides for a presiding officer of the legislature. The court made it clear that they talk about the Constitution says where the minority is, they should compel the majority to meet or to attend session.
Yes.
The court also made it very clear that and I'm happy Clinton is on. For every law, the Constitution, there's something called enabling statute. So when you set the law, you have to have the enabling statute to specify or enhance the application of the law. Now, granted, the Constitution says the minority can compel the majority to come to session. What is the law or what the rule of the legislature says? What is in the rule? The rule is vague about that. The work of the court is to interpret the law. It's not to implement the law. So you went there for interpretation. The court say yes. The Constitution says there's a presiding officer. The Constitution says the speaker is the presiding officer. In the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker shall preside. So you said that the minority or the majority have left, and the minority wants the majority to return as per the Constitution. The court acknowledged that the Constitution says that they must be compelled. Now, there should be an enabling statute that you will put in your rule to say these are our rules, these are the administrative processes we'll follow in the legislature. That if they don't come, this is what we will do. Either you can write them, you will punish them, you will fine them, something you would do. What's the enabling statute? Now, to expect the Supreme Court to now go to the legislature and say, look, you're right, you're wrong, or you go back to the session, we compare you to go to the session. There's nowhere in the Constitution that says the Supreme Court or Court of Competent Jurisdiction can force that majority to go to the minority. Then the court acknowledged that. The court acknowledged that the Constitution says that they can compare, but how do you compare? There has been no enabling statute set up by the legislature, by the House of Representatives, to say, if you don't do it, this is what will happen. It's not there. So the court say, go back and do what you need to do. Anything to the contrary is utter violence. So I don't know what's not clear about that. I think the ruling was very clear, and except those that don't want to understand the ruling.
I have a follow-up question, but for the sake of not monopolizing the group,
Thank you, Dr. Richard, saying because we other panelists joining on. So you said it was clear. It was clear. I know Clinton want to ask this question to you. It was clear as to who won. Snow, Senator, who won?
So Stanton, in read of the Constitution, and Clinton maybe will help me up on this one. It's not a criminal case, to say you're right, you're wrong, or civil case to say you're right, you're wrong. You are asking the court to interpret the constitutionality of the action or to interpret the Constitution, which the court did. There's no right or wrong. The court cannot have an opinion and say, you're not going to.
Yeah, but we understand that, Senator. We say who was right and who was wrong. You know exactly where I'm coming from, Senator. We understand that. Okay, so we have the majority black that claiming that ultravirus will apply to the minority black. Minority black say ultravirus will apply on the majority black. What you say? Who get the virus? Who took home the virus?
So Stanton, don't forget the court also in the dispensation of justice cannot be overreaching. The court cannot go to another person.
Who took whom the virus?
Who are?
Which group took whom the virus? The majority or the minority?
Well, the Constitution says the minority can go to session, and when there's no session, they can compel the majority to go to session. Now, the House of Representatives, in the standing rules, should have put together an enabling statute to implement that portion of the Constitution. So the failure of the House of Representatives to have that in the rule, they have to go by. Now the court say, go by and do what you're supposed to do. Go by and do what is right. Go by and do correct your rules. The court cannot tell them how to run the House.
So who got the virus? All of them? One of them?
The virus is in the House of Representatives.
Okay, so everybody go went home with the virus. So ladies and gentlemen,
the court see all of them as representatives. The court don't know who is minority, who is majority.
So it's very clear now. I see everybody got the virus. Governor Clinton, come and talk to us, my brother.
COVID, everybody got it.
Yeah, so the senator, you're right. Initially when the decision was passed, I've said on this network that the decision of the court was clear. Because if you read the decision of the court, they interpreted Article 39 and 49. Then you look at the actions of both the minority and majority black. It's easy to make a determination on who won the case. But what has happened since the opinion of the court is that members of the executive, the Minister of Justice has given his opinion, and based on that opinion, the president and the executive has decided to act in ways that are contrary to the opinion. So then I've joined all the people who have said now maybe the Supreme Court need to go a little further in interpreting, in making an interpretation of this. So my question is, given everything that is happening right now, what do you see as a way out? Do you think the Supreme Court should actually act on the Bill of Information, or you think that the executive just, should just be allowed to do what they're doing, and Speaker Kofar should just, allow this thing to go? You're muted.
So for the record, again, let me state clearly, I don't speak for the court. For the record, I'm not a lawyer. For the record, I'm a lawmaker and I understand legislative politics. So based on my knowledge of legislative politics and being in the governmental cycle for several years, I'm responding to it in accordance to my comprehension, not on what the court is saying or what the court thinks about it. Having said that, the Minister of Justice is also the Dean of the Supreme Court Bar. I'm sure you know that, Clinton. He's the Dean of the Supreme Court Bar. And if you feel that his interpretation was wrong, you can also go to the Ethics Committee. I mean, if you think that he's violated something with the Supreme Court, the court don't move. You move the court. So you ask for Bill of Information. The court think that they've given enough justification or clarification in his ruling. Now, if the court feels that there's ambiguity and agree with you that there's ambiguity and therefore there's Bill of Information, it must hear the Bill of Information, fine. But the court feels that there's no ambiguity, the ruling has been clear. So whatever, I don't speak to what the Justice Minister interpreted or didn't interpret. Well, I've had my own self. I could say, well, I disagree with the Justice Minister or I agree with the Justice Minister. It's his opinion. The executive decided to, look, the executive didn't have to hide behind the Justice Minister to do what they wanted to do. So they decided to run behind the Justice Minister's opinion or interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling. But I just want to be clear that Bill of Information is privilege. It's not a right. And if the Supreme Court bench or the Chief Justice decides that they won't grant you that privilege because it's already specified or the ruling is very clear. Sometimes there are two instruments that comes out of an opinion. One, as you know, Clinton, is the opinion itself that comes with several pages. The other one is the judgment that may just have one page. So whichever justice that is delivering the opinion may just read the judgment and then encourage you to take the opinion and read the opinion. If you read the opinion, you have a clear understanding about. Nobody wants to read the opinion. Everybody said, let the court go by and read and tell who read, who wrong, and what's said, not asking. The court will not tell you, say you read, you wrong. The court will tell you what the law says. And that's the work of the court. The court is to interpret the law. The court interpreted the law and said, this is what the law said. The law said this and that. But you have not put together an enabling statute to say if you don't come, if the majority don't come to the majority or minority rather, this is what that's your enabling statute that you have failed to do, and you want the court to do it for you. And the court said no.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. We have been on the show. Let's just get to it. We appreciate you, Senator Clinton. Your second question, sir.
So I think the senator is right. I think the court actually said it. The last part of the judgment says instructed, the chief clerk to instruct members of the House of Representatives to go out a colony. People they just decided not to add a colony. So that's it. But Senator, as a prominent son of the society, where do you see us going? How do you think this thing can be resolved? What are some solutions you can offer for how we resolve this thing to go forward?
What is happening in the legislature is quite unfortunate. In the crewman, there's a crew policy that says you can't hold kino and show. Now, the fact that some members of the House of Representatives could stay in a hotel for more than 2 months and full police escort, full police protection, everything's happening for them. It tells you that they're not acting in isolation, and I speak as a legislator. My removal has been sought before when the majority went to remove me, and I've been a part of a removal process of another speaker. So I've been on both sides of the aisle, and I understand how it works. For example, Buffer Chima was speaker for 6 years. I can tell you today, and anybody that was in the past legislature will tell you, Buffer Chima only had one constituent, and that was George Weah. He had a full support of the president. So many times he was one of the most unpopular speakers. Sorry about that, but that's a fact. But every time there was threat to move him, the president would call the House of Representatives and say, look, y'all calm down. We don't need this. We don't need this confusion. We don't need that. And we'll solve the problem. And Buffer Chima went on for 6 years. In this case, Fonante Kofa did not have similar situation on his side. So Fonante Kofa was placed to the gallows, and there was no one there to rescue him. So people begin to act. People begin to take action. My thing is, if the Constitution says now let's make this clear first. Every other democracy that I know of, and I stand corrected, but every democracy I know of, to become speaker, you need a simple majority. Once you get that 50% plus one, as a party or a group, you can produce a speaker. When you lose that majority, you lose the confidence of your colleagues. But the Liberian Constitution says to be speaker, you need simple majority, but to not be speaker, you need to tell 49 members. It didn't say 48. Now, take for example, when we're trying to move Speaker Talon. We went to session, we had a meeting, we asked Honorable Nokwe, Emmanuel Nokwe, to lead the charge. We went to the chambers, Senator Nokwe said, Mr. Speaker, you are the center of criminal investigation. We want you investigated, and therefore we want you to recuse yourself to enable us to investigate you. And we tussled for more than 2 days. Speaker Talon refused to recuse himself. Based on that, we say if you cannot recuse yourself, we cannot sit under your gavel. So we moved to the joint chamber. In this case, they didn't have the similar situation. The members of the House of Representatives, Mr. Fonante Kofa, Speaker Kofa, we can't sit under your gavel, and we're moving to another location in the same building. Now, I would have said, if you had the numbers, you had 38, you had 41, you have 43, you have 45. Go to the chamber, ask the speaker to recuse himself, subject him to investigation, and you take the necessary legislative action. That wasn't done. So as far as the record can reflect today, if you ask me who's the speaker today in Liberia, I would say Fonante Kofa. Is he being regarded as a speaker? Is he being respected as a speaker? No. We all saw what happened in the Capitol building yesterday. But there has been no official record in line with the process, the legislative procedure to prove that he's no longer the speaker. There has been no resignation from him. If you remember when this fight started, Mame was on the show that night. I said there are two ways in which a speaker can be removed. Out of voluntary resignation, which would be the moral side of it, or which would be the political and moral side, or the legal side. So, Fonante Kofa has decided, I will not resign. The executive and some member of the Senate has said, we'll deal with Richard Kuhn as speaker of the majority bloc. We'll deal with the majority bloc. So today, you still have an impasse in the legislature, which is not good for the country. If I was in the House of Representatives, I would say to my colleagues, gentlemen, we got 40 members, or we got 38 members. Let's enter that chamber, and let's demand the speaker to recuse himself. And let's form a specialized committee, or let's give a committee on rules, order, administration, and let's investigate the speaker. And if there's culpable cause for removal, we will seek to get the numbers. But we have not been able to do that. And that has only brought chaos and confusion in the country, which is not good for our democracy.
So Senator, let's move on. I know this is getting very interesting. We want to welcome all of you that are joining us. Again, share the show on YouTube, on Facebook, Spoon Network, Super Fabric. I want to say you can find us on Instagram, TikTok, and other places you want to join us. We love to have you. We love your comment. Let's make this interesting. Senator, before I go to Uncle Sam, if Fonante hold on for 5 years, say, I am not going to resign. Unity Party government tomorrow, they are not in power after 5 years. Everything that will be signed by Unity Party government, everything that will be signed at the current rate of what is happening, do you think another government, another justice minister, a new Supreme Court, they can make the argument that, listen, everything was illegally done? Do you think it's a basis for those things? And maybe Fonante is looking at those things, say, I'm not resigning, keep Richard Kuhn. Can you help us understand, do you think we are in the long haul here?
You see, Stanton, there's a moral issue here, there's political, there's legal. So the moral side of it, somebody will say, look, Snow resigned, Tyler resigned. It's not that they didn't want the job, they're not crazy or stupid or something. So let Fonante resign. Fonante has said to everybody, I will not resign until the proper thing is done. But the political work is at play. For example, if the majority bloc pass the national budget and the Senate concurs with the budget, and in that budget, there is money there for the judiciary branch of government, the Chief Justice's salary there, the Justice's salary there, their vehicle there, everything in that budget, and they're eating some of that money. Then tomorrow you go to court and say everything that happened here was illegal. So you start with the people you carrying a case to that the money sale aid was illegal. So how do you start that kind of case?
So if you have a new government coming to take over, new appointment by the next president, new justice minister, okay, let me set this straight, Senator. Where we God forbid, and I said God forbid in a big way, Joel come back. Joel is opportune to appoint a new justice minister, a new chief justice. Do you think this Fonate argument that I didn't resign will hold water, and everything that is done under this government, they have that argument to make that it was done illegally?
Assuming, let me just add to it, assuming we are supporting Fonate, assuming that.
Assuming we are supporting Fonate, correct.
All right. So you said God forbid. I would say prayerfully and hopefully we are comes back. You start asking me, so we are first. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
So I would say prayerfully and hopefully that he returns. Then you will have to have inauguration, you have transitional team, this and that. So you go there, Mr. We say everything you did with all Fonantier is illegal. They say, well, Mr. President, elect or Mr. President, even your inauguration, that how we got the money to have your inauguration. So, Senator, it's a catch-22 situation.
Okay.
And I think Fonantier is at a stage, I don't speak for Fonantier. Fonantier is at a stage where he knows that he can no longer preside over the House of Representatives as Speaker. There will be no peace. But I think it's one of those things where he just say, I will challenge it and I want the law to be followed. I don't think it's any more about holding on to being Speaker. I think he has passed that stage. All right. But I think, and Stanton, you know, we all have our sides. Fonantier, I was on your show here one day, and I said to you that Fonantier won't criticize the government because he is afraid for a business interest to be threatened. I mentioned it on the show. So I'm not the body to Fonantier, but what I'm speaking of is the right thing to be done. Mr. Kofa, can you resign? He says no. Say you say you can't resign, we get the number and we ask you to recuse yourself, or we get the 49 and we vote for you to remove as Speaker. Stanton, if look, what is not done legally is not done at all.
Thank you,
we
sir.
can do everything. The president can go to a program and refer to someone else as Speaker. The government can start giving them salary as Speaker. They can take all the security away. Is that the right way? Is that the procedure? I would say no. And you know, let's be honest here. Let's follow the procedure.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Let me bring in Uncle Sam. We want to welcome. Thank you for joining us on the show, former Representative Larry Youngquay. It's good to see you joining us from Monrovia. Uncle Sam, your two questions, sir.
Yeah, look, I have a maybe like a half a, not half long or half short, but I have a statement that I want to make, and then I will ask you a question. When I was getting on the plane just about 7:30 in the morning, and somebody texted me the image of the Capitol building in flames. And I was sitting by some foreigners, and they were saying, like, my God, it's gotten to this stage in your country. This is an assault on the Republic of Liberia, assaulting your democracy, assaulting the people of the country. Now, the origin of that, as you know, Senator, the president of the Republic of Liberia refused to meet with ECOWAS. The president of the Republic of Liberia invited Fonati Kofa to meet the Pope. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Senator
I just wanted to come in. I agree the executive was too receptive, but to all fairness, the president met the delegation.
Well, okay, he did meet the delegation. Okay,
Yeah,
but there was some reluctance. Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, but accompanying that meeting the ECOWAS, there was a resistance by the security, political, and other forces around the president to resist meeting ECOWAS. That was very clear. Okay, but then going back again, the president of the Republic of Liberia invited Fonati Kofa to Rome to meet the Pope. Okay, he either knew or had reason to know that there was a plot being hatched behind him to remove the speaker. He had to know that. And if he didn't know that, then there must be something terribly wrong with the intelligence, something's terribly wrong with the apparatus that the president of the Republic of Liberia is leading, right? Then, the president comes back and he starts to do business with a side that is in litigation with the highest court. So let me ask you a question. Do you know President Boyka as you know, and known other president as you know? And my opinion is clear. The president is not for peace. The president is not to build a big tent. The president is not to embrace everybody, because he's even made statements about me. Same as saying Big Muff, he will never get any thing in my government, let him talk forever. He said that, and I have evidence that he said that. I mean, that is so mean. That is so chronically, I mean, anti-democracy, is this the Joe Boycott? Because I don't know that Joe Boycott, the Joe Boycott who is president today. What is your opinion of this president as far as bringing us together? I mean, building a bigger tent. And what we did, Edwin, for 12 years under Ellen to stabilize this country, what we had to do with the press, with the opposition, with everybody. Is this president capable of holding that glue together, the political economy, the complexity of the Republic of Liberia so we can have the peace? What happened 2 days ago, Edwin? It was an implosion. It was an implosion. Let's not be very clear about that. It was an attack on the state. So I just want to hear your opinion. We can't hear you.
All right. Uncle Sam, I share similar sentiments. And I believe to whom much is given, much is expected. Liberia is a fragile state. They just ended election was one of the slimmest margins in modern democracy, with 20,000, for the benefit of the doubt, let's say 20,000 votes apart, and the ruling party conceded and announced and placed a call to the opposition saying you have won the election, especially at the time when even the election commission herself has said there was fraud at certain polling places in Nimba and were conducting a rerun. That the ruling party would have taken advantage of that and caused a stir. President Weah took the phone, said, like him or hate him. He took that phone, placed a call to the candidate of the opposition and said, you've won the election, congratulations. President Boyka has to do a lot more than what is being done right now. We live in a divided state. We live in a divided state. We are in a government, we run a government where I don't know if there are more than, if there's one, then there's not more than 2 opposition members. I don't know of any, I don't know of any opposition that campaigned publicly against President Boyka in the first and second round that happens to be in his cabinet. When the president campaigned, he said, when I win the election, there will be no green or blue Liberia. Today, there is a kind of green, royal green, and not yet green, it's pure green Liberia. I would say, and our friends, it's unfortunate, Uncle Sam, that people that we thought were all friends, today the level of arrogance, the level of ownership and entitlement has taken over. And you can no longer break bread or share your ideas. This country needs to be reconciled. And the president is the fountain of the Constitution. He must take the lead. Most time when you talk about taking the lead, people think you want job or you want favor. No, it's not everybody that's looking for job. It's not everybody that's looking for favor. But we must be able to take the lead and reconcile this country. A few days ago, and I didn't get his permission, but for the benefit of the public, I was chatting with Reverend Councillor Larry Brooklyn. And I sent him a text. I said, where's the clergy? Where are the elders of the land? What can we do to resolve the ongoing impasse in the legislature that may have the propensity of spilling over? He said, we have all tried. That was his response to me. So, Uncle Sam, to the long and short of it, I don't think the president is doing much to reconcile this country. And I would encourage the president, it's unfortunate that once you've done that thinking, you're not blowing that trumpet, our friends see you as as enemy of the state, or you don't like the old man, you're against the old man, or, oh, Weah did it. Why you didn't tell Weah when he was doing it? If Weah was doing it right, the Liberian people wouldn't have voted Weah out. The Liberian people voted Weah out because they felt he was doing it wrong. So don't set your standards to that of Weah. Don't set those standards. So I would just encourage the president. I think, Mr. President, you need to do a little more. You have to extend the hand of friendship. You have to look. In closing on your question, Uncle Sam, what if George Weah had gone or one day get up and go to the CDC or headquarters and say, I'm calling on all the seditionists to join me and let's move to the capital? You think we have peace here? Fortunately for us, and it's being used against him to some extent, but fortunately for us, he has said nothing in this conflict. At least publicly, he's remained quiet. Well, he for or against, that one I said, but he's remained quiet and he's helping to maintain the peace. But I think as a government and people, we need to do better. And that we include the Liberian Senate, which is fast becoming spineless. Spineless. I mean, we're almost becoming an extended branch of the executive. We agree to everything. It's like the executive is doing no wrong when it comes to the Senate. And it's quite unfortunate. And today, some senators made it clear today that this first year we consider as a honeymoon year. But next year cannot be business as usual. Because when the chips are down, we always have ourselves to blame. There will be nobody to say you opposition, you ruling party. We always face the wrath of the Liberian people. So we must stand up, we must speak, and we must make sure the right things done in this country.
My second question is this, right? And some of that general sentiment from the head has permeated. I don't have any friends in the Unity Party government. I have zero friends. I mean, every other government, if I'm criticizing them, we have a degree of civility. But this is the only government that I don't have like any kind of civil relationship with the people in the government and with the surrogates because they're so angry. I have never seen this kind of anger before. And look at the comments in the chat. You would never get another job. You would never get a consultancy. You would never get this is just vino. So what if I was poor, hungry, and I mean, one of those people in the country who didn't have retirement, didn't have benefits, didn't do this, didn't do this. I was poor in the country. Okay, I've lived in Liberia all of my life. I was an old man, 71 years old, but highly educated, right? So they would suppress me to the point where I would die in early death because I disagree with them. That is the thing. So I have no friends among them. So because I disagree with you politically, I disagree with you on your 285 machines. I disagree with you on your asset recovery. I disagree with you on your $4 billion refinery. I disagree with you on all of that. So I have become a personal and caustic enemy where you're making comments, my family, my wife, my mother.
So let's get to the question now. We will come to that. We don't have enough time.
No. How can we fix this? So we can have a degree of civility. We can agree to disagree. How do we fix it? Because I want to fix it. Not that I want a job, but I want to fix it for the sake of the country so others, okay, both sides of the political divide. So what happened 2 days ago cannot happen anymore. Okay, and the mistrust and the distrust that is permeating the political economy, body politic can go away so we can be friends again. How do we fix it, Edwin? How do we fix it?
You know, Uncle Sam, I agree your intro was a little long, but just to hit this straight, we need to, sometimes presidents are very unfortunate to have overzealous people within the cycle. Very overzealous. People want to be more holy than the Pope. And sometimes these people give the president misleading information, wrong information. And the president, yes, he may have his own way, and I'm not going to polish anything here, But when your in the cycle believes that you should remain an angry winner, and this is time for reprisal, it's time for, it's like they did it in 6 years, let's do it too, or let's do more than them. It's where we are driving. I was just in Ghana for the election. The NPP had power for 8 years in Ghana. And they thought that there was no NDC, there was no opposition. John Mahama did not just win the election, he won it resoundingly. He got more than 2/3 of the members of parliament. He won it, he turned the entire country around. Just had Donald Trump won the election in America. Guess what happened in Ghana today? British Airways is doing 2 flights a night out of Ghana. The MP people are flying out of Ghana. They are leaving. They are going through the Togolese border, going to Cote d'Ivoire. They're buying homes in other places now. They are leaving Ghana. They were there for 8 years, but guess who will not leave? Dankwa Nana Akufo-Addo will not leave because nobody will touch him. He has his own immunity as former president. We have it as former president. He will be protected. And that's the message our friends in the United Party have to understand. That come 2029, if your government is not re-elected, this president will be untouched. It's you that got to stay here. It's you that got to face the reality. It's you. I listened to Kalasco today on what he said happened to him in prison. If it's true, if it's anything to go by, then we are in deeper trouble than I ever thought we are in. And the ball starts with the president. The president has to call a rally call to say, look, this enough is enough. This is one Liberia. When the president spoke during campaign and said there will be no blue or green Liberia, I thought he meant it. Unfortunately, it's not the case. So until we can realize that we have to live here and coexist, saying we have a vicious cycle here. If the United Party does not win the election in 2029, if another government comes in, people will start and say, oh, yeah, you did it to us, we'll do it to you. That is the politics today in Sierra Leone. Go and read about Sierra Leone politics. Sierra Leone politics is so divided that, look, if an SLPP man dies, APC men will not go to that funeral and pay tribute. That's how it is in Sierra Leone. There is no country in this region, politics is so divided like Sierra Leone. To the extent when you go to Sierra Leone to do election observation mission or something, they tell you don't wear green tie, don't wear red tie. You wear red tie, the people say you APC man. You wear green, say they will tell you clearly the 2 colors, don't even pack it in your bag. So I think it's about, and you can say the truth to people. You can say the truth. If people were corrupt, people looted the national coffers, people did things, people names are all information. Don't get me wrong that if people did wrong, they should not be apprehended or court of face justice. No. Just a simple thing, the different Facebook comments. When you hear people are saying the people on payroll for color brigade, to just call on the show and just talk. I listened to somebody to them while coming or preparing for the interview. One woman called and she was blasting at Stanton. You're not getting no joy out of government. You think you'll use your station to be criticized and papated. He's had to tell the caller, the mayor at Angle, don't call her the woman, let her talk. And she was dealing with Stanton because Stanton is being critical of the government now. Out here, Stanton and myself close. That's not secret. But I haven't seen anybody yet in this country or all of this country that supported Joseph Boakai that loved him equal to Stanton. But because Stanton is being critical and say, look, this is my thing, this is my house I built. In protecting my house, let me say if the white pin is getting brown, let me say it's getting brown, he's perceived today as enemy of the state by some people. So we just have to change that mentality and agree that people will criticize you. This is not an Empire News suit. People will criticize you when you are naked. But they refuse to accept it, and it's unfortunate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. It's always good having you on. We're going to go to the lower tier, people that are downstairs to ask the question. We are upstairs. We already asked our question. Let's consider them. We hope you guys can speak louder increase the volume from downstairs. And let me bring in my sister Glendy, Abulamame, Van Pat, and Paul Kennedy. Sister Glendy, talk to us.
Hello, everybody. Senator Snow, how are you?
All right, Foster woman, how are you?
That one, you manku,
I call you giving the memories of your father in the Capitol building. It was very, very sentimental. It was quite touching.
Yes, thank you. I like that you mentioned advisors, and I also did a post recently asking where are the religious advisors to President Boyka, because when you have religious people, their aim should be there to ensure that there is unity, that the divisiveness is there no longer. What is their role? So I appreciate the fact that you mentioned that. But I want to ask you, having been in the government and knowing Liberia the way you know it, what would you say, and Stanton asked this question yesterday, I want to ask it to you as a lawmaker, what would you say is the reason for why we are here today? How did we get here? How did we get here to the place where we're looking at the Capitol building now burned, and we're looking where the House is divided, where the Supreme Court they're not really saying what we want to hear. Religious leader going out the day when Michael Francis were alive, Bishop Brown, those days are all gone. How did we get here today?
Bishop Brian, others, they were not members of statutory boards where they were getting the gasoline coupons or electricity or, stipend as board members. So you have to weigh the option to speak the truth to power, or you forfeit your board benefits. So Bishop Francis were not member of any board I remember hearing about. Today is the contrary. And in the land, in every land, you see, you as tough as you are on the show, even some of us that disagree with you, when we're friendly, we call you Sister Gladys. That has Stanton call you, that has Mommy call you. It's not because you're so old, excuse me, but because the way you conduct yourself, and I show some of the background advice and things you give to them. Uncle Sam Jackson, why didn't we call him Uncle Sam? He's still chasing the girl and more chasing the right, I think a young boy and whatnot. Oh, still call him Uncle Sam. Because
Uncle Mario.
Really? Because of experience and everything. So one thing is, big sister, the president, in our political dispensation, the president has a lot of power. A lot of power is with the president. And if the president wants a new order in this town, there will be a new order. Sometimes your advisors proceed on the inner conversation they hear. So you sit with your leader, you hear the leader expressing his or her inner, from the heart. The leader may not tell you go and do what I see, but you understand already the mindset of your leader, and you take that direction. But if you hear your leader saying, this nonsense will not happen, we got to do this, we got to follow the rule of law, you got to do this, you got to do that. If you see your leader to go to the central bank and say, okay, the governor was corrupt, so we suspend for time indefinite and just put one governor to handle the Central Bank of the Republic, not being a commission officer. He's not commissioned. Acting governor for months at the central bank. You go to LTA audit report came up. The most indicted person in that report is the one who heading LTA today. And nothing is happening to him. So what do you expect of the followers? What do you expect? We go to LTA, we suspend people from LTA. They go to court, the court said they go back to the court, the next day you congratulate the court and you appoint everybody to act. And they're acting today, and it's like business as usual, nothing happening. But besides them acting, you constituted an audit at LTA. And the very man who's presiding today is the criminal in chief in that audit report. But you don't touch him, you don't say anything. So is there witch hunt? Is it, are you targeting a particular set of people? You go to the Senate, you submit news to the Liberian Senate for confirmation. You gave Saba George, he used to be at LBS, as assistant minister. The Senate confirmed Saba George. Then someone called Saba George and said, oh, the president did not know that you were LBS and you were praising George Weah on the radio. So they will revoke your appointment. And that appointment was revoked. Bobby Livingstone, Lafayette Gould, you say for persecuting, for being part of the persecution to persecute Gloria Scott, will revoke, will withdraw your appointment, and is withdrawn. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Says Gladys, we're in trouble. And this is not to scare anyone. This is a call to the president. There's the call to President. We are interested in Brecker to say, Mr. President, you're not just the president of the country, you are the father of the land. You are presiding over a country that have diversity, diverse views. But there is nobody, like tonight before the show, before we went to serious business, Stanton and Dr. Richardson were joking. And she was telling them, I have a son that she and my son's mother grew up together. The matter of fact, let me tell you the secret. When she was attacking me 500 radio, I called one day and said, you know, you and Dave, my son here, that should be your godson. She said, you joking? I said, yeah. So today we call each other brother and sister. That's how the country looks. Somebody, by the time you post somebody, they get a link somewhere. We are all interrelated. But the way the country is proceeding, and people must say, let's do it for 2 years, 10 years, when election time coming in, we'll make peace. Sometimes you may not have the second chance to reconcile with people. It's not all about job. It's not about job. Look how you're in the studio. Let's face it. Look at you right here. How many of you are here working in the government? How many of you? I know if any of you are here in the government. So it's not just about job. I don't think you're seeking job. That's why you come here. Who?
Mommy.
I hope Mommy controlling millions of dollar projects. You didn't want government job? You can't go to PPCC and all that kind of thing. And Mommy want nothing. So the point of making peace, sister, is that we got to understand that we have to coexist in this country. The country is divided. Liberia has never, about a few months ago, I was on your show, and my man Eduardo was on the show, and I mentioned that the country is divided. Eduardo disagreed with me. Thank God he just came on. He disagreed with me. And I continue, he's not on side. I saw Fendera Patrick Eduardo. And Eduardo disagreed with me, but I continue to say this country is a divided nation. And the boss starts with the president. The president has to make this a project to reconcile this country. Today, I'm hearing that the president is now meeting with the minority bloc. If that is true, why today? One day after the Capitol building is caught by fire, then you meet a minority bloc when you would have done that months ago. We have done it months ago. When you would have encouraged the ECOWAS mediation team to say, okay, look, go in there. You are all parliamentarians and see how you can resolve the situation. But we step against it. I'm told today there's a big fight in the mansion because they say Grace Bay going. Everybody will be minister of state. Everybody fighting right now because they won't be minister of state in that space. Say what you want to say about George Weah. I was telling the senators today, we're talking about it. During the Weah administration, when they say George Weah say he wants this done, or he gave that instruction to Nathaniel Mangay as Minister of State, be it good or bad, you have implementation. Today, there are several chiefs in the government. Everybody got their own constituency. Everybody around the president got their own power, and they execute the power accordingly. So you fall out of favor of the person, you got to run to the other person. So the powers, there are too many powers within the presidency, and it makes it difficult for governance. Too many negotiators. I'm told they want to do the airport project, for example. They say the president's son heading one negotiation, the NRC heading another negotiation. They send a letter to all the Turkish people. They want to do the airport. Everybody want to cut from the airport, 150 million. There are too many cooks in the kitchen. Just too many cooks in this kitchen. Until we can have one chef in this kitchen to put the proper ingredients in the soup, we are heading to trouble. And that's where we are.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Abdullah Mame. Abdullah?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Snow. I agree with a good number of the things you spoke about, the need to reconcile the country. I disagree a little bit with the emphasis that people always put on the division in the country. I mean, electoral votes. Talk to many people. Patrick, yeah, he didn't vote for George Weah, but he's not divided. He's not against George Weah. Talk to maybe Glennie or other people who are saying they didn't vote. So electoral numbers that used to distinguish winners and losers are not the metrics you use to determine a division in a country. Because right after election, somebody and you who you voted against can be sleeping in the same bed. You go to some homes, you see the wife and the husband, one voting for ANC, the other voting for CDC. That's the vision of political numbers. That's the vision of purpose. So yes, the country is divided, but when we use electoral numbers as a basis to push the division and strengthen it in the country, I disagree. Because wife and husband can vote for two different parties, one win, one lose, the both of them go back in their house, they are not divided. Yes, Liberia needs reconciliation, but when we keep using electoral numbers that distinguish winner from loser as the yardstick to determine division in the country, it's wrong. I will say that. And on the Funati situation, we said it before. Mr. Speaker, now that it is established that you can no longer preside over the house, this is the branch of government you had, and it's in chaos for more than 3 months. Leadership requires something more than insisting. Because the fight is not only from Unity Party. But for Chima, like you said, was protected 6 years. We are only needed to take the phone and call people who were planning the plot against Funati. That's all he needed from the beginning, but he didn't do it. So the plot is from all over around you, all over far away from you. The branch of government you're leading is in chaos. Something more than just insisting that you need. So my question to you now, we've been talking about rule of law. I want to bring this to your attention because you're part of ECOWAS. In 2016, I have in my possession the Supreme Court ruling. The applicants are ordered ousted, ejected, and evicted from the premises of the CDC subject to proceeding. The clerk of this court is hereby ordered to send a mandate to the State Judicial Circuit of Monserrado County to evict. Who signed this ruling of the Supreme Court in favor of Dempster against the CDC, included the current Chief Justice of the Supreme Court? CDC accepted the ruling. CDC paid the arrears to the owner, but CDC has refused to honor that Supreme Court ruling and evict and leave the property. It's becoming a problem too. He's a citizen of Liberia, like Funati is a citizen of Liberia. What would be your comment? What would be your advice to your friend George Weah to honor the Supreme Court ruling that he accepted and decided to pay the owner of the property? What would be your advice to him?
All right. So let me go back to when you talk about electoral numbers, not to use as a basis. I disagree with you on that. Because you always have to set parameters. You have to set, you can't just speak in isolation. You can't just say the country is divided based on what are the empirical facts. You just say, oh, the country is divided, Say, who said the country is divided? Oh, everybody know, man. No. You have to set the basis. What my reliance that the country is divided? The country is divided because we just had an election and one person won with 50.something%, or one person lost with 49.something%. That's a division. It tells you there are two almost equal groups. That's division. So a division may not necessarily trigger hatred or chaos or anything, but it's a division of ideology. So I disagree with you on your first email because I'm setting my argument based on the empirical evidence. And the empirical evidence that we just had is the just ended election where you take the two numbers and say the country is divided. What is the ideology division is divided. So maybe you're only limiting it to conflict or hatred or something, but it could be divided in many ways. That's where I'm coming from. Even if you're on social media, if you log on now, if you even read the comments, there was statistics, a rough one of the comments. You will see the division in the comments. You know, people will say, yes, this, but you, at the end of the day, if you catalog those comments, you will see the division even in those comments. Having said that, the issue of CDC, according to you, not obeying the code, I think I'm told, and I can verify that before the end of the show, that there was a suit against Ibrahim Dempster that I think is either before the court or is being heard by the court. So they went back to the court. There's another proceeding ongoing at the court. There's another engagement at the court regarding the same property. As you know, I'm not a seditious. Mr. Weah is my very good friend, someone I admire, I respect, I love. So I'm not a member of his party. But say what you want to say about George Weah. George Weah is law-abiding. He's a very peaceful person. And if the court rule against his party to vacate the premises and there is no ongoing litigations or legal procedures, I want to believe that Mr. Weah will not want his party to stay there outside the law. But again, I cannot verify that. I could do it. I could have some inquiries while the show is going on, and I can come back on that.
Are you done, Mame?
Yeah, I don't. I would just remind Honorable Suno that, talking about the division issue, Louis Brown, who campaigned vigorously against President Boakai, is appointed. We need more of that. We need more qualified Liberians.
Mame, I know why Louis Brown was appointed. I know what happened.
Everybody get reason why they were appointed. That one.
Don't worry.
Yeah, everybody get reason why they were appointed. But the point I'm making to you, the correction I'm making is, we need more people qualified, competent to come to government.
That's all the reason why you are appointed.
I'll keep that one.
So we need more people qualified, competent, inside, outside, regardless of political party. The whole thing about political reconciliation in Liberia, and you can, if you want to be honest on the show, the history shows that most of the time you're just being the few group of people go get political appointment, or get business contract. Once few top politicians in the opposition get job or get their brothers or sister or somewhere in position or get contract, then the reconciliation. That's how it has been in the past. That's how Ellen brought people. It has not been genuine. So when people are talking about reconciliation this time, it becomes something people say, oh, is it the same job issue that people coming for? But to not take all the show, I just wanted to make that Louis Brown example, and we can talk more about the division in terms of numbers for the division in terms of ideology.
The electoral numbers just serve as a baseline. That's my point. That's my reliance. The baseline. You need a baseline, and I'll use that as a baseline. Thank you. Yes, they're right here.
I don't want us to use electoral number baseline to determine how Liberians are divided on.
Oh no! Come on, Mame.
But Mame, that's a thing, man. Come on.
I disagree with you. Come on, Mame.
But that's the point of disagreement. I am saying.
Let's move on. We still got other folks that need to ask the first round of questions. We want to welcome Honorable Edward Mervyn Snow. It is clear to see.
Mame, not because Louis Brown didn't campaign for Unity Party, but Louis Brown also did not campaign for George Weah in the both first and second round. He never supported the CDC. And I can bet you if Louis Brown has supported Weah, he was never going to be appointed.
So we're going to move on. There you have it. Jose Yema Barker, UP, 814,481, 50.64%. We are George Manet, 793,914, 49.36%. Our country is divided. Our country remains divided till we can reconcile and seek peace and understanding. Our country is seriously divided. I'm going to bring in from Data Patrick. Your two questions, Paul Kennedy and Asido.
Stanton, how you just got that thing? You already knew that you were going to talk about it. Sometimes you can be right on the money.
You got good research.
Let me compliment you, bro.
Yeah, I was very impressed myself. Yeah.
I myself, like how you just got there like that. Sometimes you know smart you, but sometimes
I won't put one more up by a scare. Get with a 1.61% on it.
Yeah, you got to spot it your way again.
Whatever. You know what, Glenn? When you start pressing that, so you press one chicken can get there quick.
And it's in seventh place.
Okay, you inside to that? Okay.
I know.
Good for you. There's so quite American on you.
Vanilla, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm not bluffing for that. Stop, remember, we get nothing. Why you being serious, man?
Why you coming to
regroup?
Our regrouping is not working.
But the bottom line is, everybody knows that this country is regrouping. Even the Senator Edwin Melvin Snow, when he left District Number 6, he regrouped, he went to Bomi. And he enjoying, in fact, I'm tempted to appoint him as the board chairman of the Regroup Movement Republic of Liberia. I don't know whether you will agree. But anyway, Senator, thank you. It's good to see you here. I listened to your analysis. I mean, you are a doyen of political decision making in this country. I carefully listened to you with reference to all the analysis you provided, some of the good things that you said that this government is supposed to do. But Senator, during the election, when the current president, he was the political leader and stayed the political leader of the United Party, you brought a shocking news that the vice president threatened you. It was played on this platform, to be specific, November 5th, 2022, 1 year to election. So there are others who are listening today that perhaps you still harbor hatred for the president. As such, you are not independent in your thought. Have you been able to reconcile after the election so that most of the good things that you have said, I personally agree that it will be embraced by the Unity Party?
Senator?
Are you hearing?
Senator?
He looks frozen.
Yeah, he is. All right. The senator going to reconnect. Folks,
okay. No, I have one question and a statement. I'm sure he will come back. But
the senator going to regroup.
No, hold on, guys. Guys, hold on 1 minute. He's back. Hold on 1 minute.
Regrouping.
Hold on 1 minute, Vendetta Patrick. I think he's back. Are you back, sir? Senator, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. I'm back.
All right.
No, I didn't get the question. Can you please go ahead again?
So, Senator, as I said, in 2022, to be specific, November 5th, 2022, on this platform, hosted by, you were a guest, and you alleged that the current president, then the political leader, still remains the political leader of the United Party, that, you know, during an exchange, you alleged on this platform that the standard bearer of the United Party threatened you. You are very verbose on this platform. Despite all the good things that you have analyzed, the missteps of the government, that I want to particularly agree with you on some of them, have you been able to reconcile? Because we are talking about reconciliation in order to forge ahead in national unity. As a senator of Bomi County, where the First Lady hails, have you been able to reconcile with this president and the United Party so that many of the things that you are saying, it will not be perceived as someone who's still living with the belief that you were threatened by the president as alleged in 2022?
So, Mandela, whatever I said about the candidate at the time, was doing political season, and I think the Constitution gave us that space to go after each other politically. So I wouldn't dwell on that. Whatever happened in the past has happened. Since the president got elected, even before he was inaugurated, I met him. Even before the election, I was fortunate. I went on his farm, on his house in Bomi. We met, we reconciled. I remember that was the time during the campaign when a lot of people said I had gone to beg JNB, I wanted to join the UP and all of that. That was not the issue. It was just to be able to reconcile with the president. I think the line was the wrong line. And I'm always the first to admit when there's something wrong. So whether there was an exchange messages between he and I think it was something I should have kept to myself. But the fight that I brought in the public space, I thought to reconcile the president. The president, I don't have a problem. I think we are in pretty good standing. We are at least cordial. Since he's being president, I visited him at the executive mansion. I visited him at his home. I wish him well. I want him to succeed. But being critical of the government and expressing the shortcomings of the aides of the government don't make you an enemy. If that's the case, I would say you two are an enemy, or Stanton Waterspoon is an enemy. Stanton Waterspoon today is getting the ballot paper. You tie a face, you put Joe Weah, you put Joseph Braga. All the people he's making the same for Joseph Braga. So it doesn't make him enemy. So I'm not an enemy to the president. I don't think the president perceives me as an enemy. I'm just a critical thinker. I'm an independent person, and I like to express my mind. You Uncle Sam right there on the show. You know what time he now calls me, oh, you're not black me, I'm not black him, we're not do all kinds of each other. But we always talk regularly too. So I'm one of those Liberian politicians that don't draw a line in the sand. I don't look for my enemy, I look for my friends. I spend more positive energy in finding people that I can work with. We may have diversity, we may have our diverse views. For example, someone like Mame, I always make an example of him. He's one person that always been very critical of me. But I also say publicly that I admire him most of the time. He is not, and now they say most times he's very wrong, but I like how he defends his wrong. Even when he's saying the wrong thing on the show, he defends it and won't convince you that it's right. And I admire him for that. So I don't draw lines in the sand. I don't look for enemies. I don't think the president has anything personal against me. I don't have anything for sure against the president. I want him to succeed, but I just want the right thing to be done for Liberia. It's more about Liberia. It's not about the person. It's about the country, and that's my interest.
Yeah, thank you. My second question has to do with the Senate. The Senate has come under serious criticism. One, underperformance. Two, the way you proceeded in confirming presidential appointees. And after a few months, the very Senate is critical of those they appointed. One would say we didn't know their intentions. It's a choice to answer on that. If you were to state clearly, maybe from an individual point of view or institutional point of view, what is that serious predicament that the Senate has had over the years, not just this, Senate, for which you as an individual, you have tried personally to change the narrative, but it's very, very difficult. I'll give you for instance. I personally would believe that you did not do proper consultations when it came to the confirmation of many of your presidential appointees. In other countries like the United States, anything that has to do with security, education, they bring people from different sectors to testify in plenary where they will provide independent opinions, asking the Senate why this person cannot be confirmed, so that the Senate will read between the lines because they don't want to be misinformed. Give the public the opportunity, to be heard. Then the Senate will make their independent positions. We didn't see that. There's this rumor about the Senate, the entire legislature not being audited. And that decisions that are made in the Senate, sometimes they are not reflective of the people. So you as a senator, I want to know from you personally, what has been very difficult on your part that you see as a predicament that no matter whoever that you elected to the Senate will find it very difficult to do, or if possible, you're taking strong steps to reform the Senate. What has been your position in those steps?
Well, the truth is, and I said, Rob, I don't know if you listen to me, that I believe the Senate is almost becoming an extension of the executive. And I said the Senate, and using the words of Senator DeLong during the administration of Mr. Weah, President Weah, the Senate is spineless. I will say that again. I think we have not exerted our oversight. We are not being robust in executing our oversight responsibility. And one would say we took the first year as a honeymoon period. In every dispensation, every political dispensation, you have the honeymoon period. Sometimes honeymoons get very short, sometimes it's long, but nothing exceeds a year, especially for a senatorial term or for our presidential term that goes for 6 years. You can always compromise 1 year as honeymoon period. And sometimes you want to give the president his cabinet, you want to give the president his people. Yes, we do research. There have been people that there are sometimes also the thing about the Senate, amidst the downside, some of the good things about the Senate is that we do a lot of consultations. So I'll just say to you, there have been times in the Senate where the president has nominated people or sent them for Senate confirmation, and we've held consultation and said to the pro tem, do not put this on the floor because we're not confirmed this person. And in some cases, those nominations were changed. So it didn't necessarily get into the public glare, but the Senate has been, doing its best. We are not being as robust as I expect us to be, but from all indications, I believe that year 2 and moving forward, you will see a different Senate.
Thank you very much, Senator Snow. I'm going to go to Paul Kennedy. Paul, come in with your question, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, Senator. How are you?
Hey, brother. How are you doing, sir?
We're here. We can't complain. Let me bring you back to the current confusion in the lower house. Of course, we all follow now that they've gone to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave opinion. And in fact, one of the opinion was that the removal or the attempt to remove the speaker was unconstitutional, and that the majority black they are acting outside of standard what our auto vary.
Yeah.
And but you understanding government so well and have been around, understand the political maneuverings of it. What is the next step that you think should be taken? Because in my understanding, when the Supreme Court gives an opinion, that opinion to a certain extent of its nature could actually be also enforced by the executive branch of government. For instance, if the Supreme Court says, Senator Snow, you are occupying Paul Kennedy premises and you are illegally occupying the premises and you should vacate. At that point in time, it is the executive branch of government that has to send the police to get you out or some action to go on. In this case, what is the next course of action for our country, Senator? Our country is going down the drain. What would you recommend? Knowing what legislatures are doing and knowing what the judiciary have intervened with, what is the next step? How can the executive act? That's my first question.
Well, one or two things we can do. One is to get 49 lawmakers to vote against for the removal of the speaker for cause, or you encourage him to resign since there have been a lot of confusion in the country, a lot of things happening. He no longer seems to enjoy the confidence of his colleagues. You could encourage him to resign. But outside those two things, you will continue to have confusion in the legislature, in the House of Representatives. Maybe also, if I was a member of the House of Representatives, I will ask the name and star majority bloc to be more reconciliatory than regular suspension and fear. Because sometimes when people get afraid, then you have to hold your turf. You have to defend yourself. So I think we need to just look at it. But I strongly believe that for whatever means, once the budget is passed, I'm sure some of the noise might come down, so there'll be some positive direction. I think that some of the things are being tied to the passage of the budget. So I think when that budget thing is off the way, I'm sure we will have some other consideration.
So you effectively spoke on what the legislature can do according to the divide in the representative, what the majority black would do, what the minority would do. But my question was, what should the executive branch of government do so that it is not seen as interference, but it is particularly a due course of action that is delegated to them by the Constitution? Can the executive branch of government act into bringing this fracas to an end?
I think the executive has underperformed in the resolution of this matter. It's an open secret that and it's only fair that the Unity Party-led government would prefer a Unity Party speaker. So hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
So I think it's only fair that a Unity Party-led government would prefer a Unity Party speaker. But I think they would have done it better. And there are 3 branches of government, but of the 3 branches, there are 2 political branches of government. And when one flees, the other catches cold. So for the executive to act like they're innocent or they are not part of this thing, come on, there's no, even the blind man will see what is happening. So I just think that they should have exerted a lot more effort to work with the majority bloc to get the 49 members, or to encourage I thought that the president and the speaker went to the Pope. I thought they were praying for the Pope to talk to the speaker to resign. You know, I mean, but it didn't happen. So it's quite unfortunate. We shouldn't have dragged this thing the way we have dragged it. Look, say what you want to say about Ellen Sirleaf. When Ellen Sirleaf wanted Edwin Snow out as speaker, she went for Snow. She didn't have her hand. She went for Snow. It was public knowledge. I won the case in the court, but I knew I still didn't have the majority, and I was forced to resign. When Ellen wanted Tyler out, Ellen made it clear that either Tyler remains speaker and she leave the presidency, or she remain president and Tyler leave the speakership. And she went for Tyler. So sometimes our attempt or our way to gain public sympathy, to act like victims, or to act like we are the clean guys, we are innocent, and when we truly are not, sometimes it just procrastinate and lead to unnecessary chaos. I think that it's an open secret. I mean, if I was in executive, if I was a Unity Party president or Unity Party government, I would prefer. I mean, even though this Fonante Kofa we're talking about today, I thought he was even a more Unity Party speaker than a CDC speaker, because he was giving all of the support to the government. So, but again, because Fonante won with a very slim majority, very slim, I think he had about 32 against him. It was very easy to build a number against him. And the party, like Ellen did to Snow, got the numbers. He got to see. I was an independent candidate when I got elected as speaker. So I got majority of my support base from the CDC. And Madam Sirleaf took a year as a project to take away that majority for me. And by the time we had our first recess, our first Christmas break, she had enough number built up against me to go and execute the plan. Yes, they were rushing. We're all amateur at the time. We're freshman lawmakers. We didn't proceed the right way. And I took advantage of the due process. I went to court. I won the case. But I was still convinced that I no longer enjoyed the confidence of my colleagues. I no longer had that majority. So on my own, I decided that it was only in my best interest to relinquish power to resign. Now, Speaker Kofa thinks the contrary, and it's his right. You can't tell him do this, it's his right. But the fact that we all know the executive wants a Unity Party speaker, I think they should have either compromised better or put more pressure in doing it. But you want to hold Kino and show, you want to hide your hand, you want to show your hand, and that's where we are today.
Senator, let me pick your mind on my last question.
No, that was your last question.
No, I asked one question, Senator. I asked one question and I was seeking clarification. So my last question, Senator, let me pick your mind on the issue. Now that they've derailed into burning the Capitol building, and I'm hearing that there is a compensation of allocation of money for the Capitol rehabilitation. Senator, do you honestly think that this penalty should be paid by the LeBron people or the group that creating the confusion? And whoever's the cause of burning the building should be held responsible to rebuild the building?
Well, the fact that there's no investigative report yet, there's no evidence of someone burning the building, I wouldn't speak to that because there's no fact. We don't know if the building was burned by someone or there's a natural disaster. We don't know. There's no evidence yet, but we need to start the investigation. And if it was burned by someone, then I would hold the Liberia National Police liable. Why would I do that? If it was burned by someone, the Capitol building in the last few months have been seen as a red zone. Now, you will know better than me when it comes to that. When you have red zone, when the security alert is up for red zone, there's more security presence there. There's more protection there. On that very day, there was a major demonstration on the grounds of the Capitol building. They should have had the presence of the police. But unfortunately, each cabinet minister in this government have at least 2 armed police assigned to them. And some of the counties in this country, the entire county get 4 police officers assigned in the entire county. So when you have the police so divided, so thinly divided, you may not have them to protect major government institutions or installations like the Capitol building. So those are some of the things that we raised today in the Senate, and when we return, we're going to do an audit of it, because every ministry has a security budget. But every minister that comes down, you will see that minister with 2 policemen behind him with gun, and those 2 police officers could be assigned to the counties. So we have just too many police officers following our cabinet ministers, our government officials, when they should be assigned in the counties, protecting lives and property in the county. Now, if we had police, we don't have enough police anyway. If you get every cabinet minister, I mean, again, I don't want to be personal here. I was at Markham's place on Saturday. I went to Swallow Doma, and the Director General LBS, he alone had 2 policemen that are already forcing a money and sale with people and talking about taking our guns. The Director General assigned 2 police officers assigned to him. So you know what happened to the Minister of State, he will get 10. So if you spread the police so thinly, what do you expect? So I think that the police commissioner, who is my very good friend, needs to reconsider his deployment strategy. We need more police on major installations. We need more police in the counties. Look, there are counties here that are reporting less than 6 police officers in the entire county. Why are we doing that? Because we are assigning police to all of our cabinet ministers, armed policemen everywhere. So we need to reconsider that. And I think that if it was an arson attack, if it was a deliberate attack on the Capitol, then the police should be the first line of questioning.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
It's always good having you, sir. As always, we want to say come again, that we can discuss these.
Is he leaving now?
No, he's not leaving, man. You want him to leave?
No, I have a question. That's what I was asking.
I'm available. I'm here all night.
No, so want to bring Asa Do in. Asa, welcome to the show. Your question?
Yeah, thank you, and hi to everyone. So a little over 49% of those that voted agreed and wanted George Weah to be president because they believe in his leadership and they believe in the way he conducted himself. On the other hand, a little over 50% of those that voted at that time also wanted President Barker to be president because at that time they believed in his leadership and they believed in the way he conducted himself. Based on this high fact evidence, I agree with you, Senator Snow, that the country is divided on the basis of the political ideology on who the people wanted to be their leader. The country is divided. That's why, as a leader, after the election, you have to lead in a way that your actions and decisions will touch each side. It won't just be about your side now, for the fact that looking at the numbers, politics, election is all numbers. You want to be a little sure that anything you do, how you do it, will not just reflect ideas from your side, but ideas from all sides. That's how you try to bring the country together. So I agree with you on that. The country is divided on the basis of political ideas and on the basis of political numbers that we've seen. But I wanted to ask you this. Like you rightly said on the show, and we got to know today, that the president and the executive is still encouraging Fonati Kofa, the Speaker of the House, to resign. Senator, as you are aware, all lot of things happened. Speaker went to court ruled, or people say no. They said they elected their speaker. The justice minister came with a certain ruling that came from somewhere or opinion. And then the executive say, okay, that Richard Kuhn, the speaker, they went and posted his name on the executive mansion page calling him speaker. if the executive indeed believes that Richard Kun is the legitimate speaker and Fonati Kofa is no more speaker, Senator, I want you to tell the Liberian people, why do you think they are so bothered to keep asking Fonati to resign? Even if Fonati does not resign, how does that affect them, since, of course, they've already taken decision that Richard Kun is the speaker? Why can't they just forget about Fonati and just work with Richard Kun and forget about what Richard or Fonati does if he resigns, if he doesn't resign? Why do you think they are actually still asking him to resign? What do you think?
Your concern is as anyone's bed. I mean, I will ask the same question. I mean, for me, if Richard Kun is referred to as a speaker, like you say on the Executive Mansion website, I haven't seen that though. If he's referred to as a speaker, then why ask Fonati to resign? But I think that we just need to proceed the right way. You know, we need to proceed the right way. And for me, that's mind-boggling for me, because this is a country of law. This is a country, it's not a country of men, it's a country of law. And what examples are we setting for our children? What example are we setting for future generation? Let's do it the right way. I mean, this is Fonati. If you really want Fonati out, look, do what you need to do and get Fonati out, but do it through the rule of law. That's my thing. That's what bothers me. I don't care who becomes speaker. I don't care about the House of Representatives. Only 73 of those people can decide who becomes the speaker. But let's do it the right way. Let's do it the right way. Let's have an election. Vacancy is declared. Go to an election presided over by the chief clerk. I think that's how it's done there. And then when there's a winner, you go and take the oath of office and you go and take your gavel. But you can only do that when the speaker, since you already have a speaker, is removed through the right process. Excuse me. Anything outside that process is antiviral.
I know we have heard that virus being played. We don't want more virus here. But again, I agree with you. It only shows that the executive knows very well that with Fonati being there, they will be crippled. They will make all of the pretenses, they will make all of the noise, they will act like they don't care. But deep in their consciences, they know that their government, their actions will always be questioned, and there will be other outside forces that may be against them. But to my second and final question, Senator, I personally have concern about where you're from, the Senate. Senator, since we were kids who've been coming up, we've always known that the legislature should be there to check the decisions, the policies, the implementation of the executive and other branches of government. I have never seen or heard a time where the legislature or the Senate will take decision based on the decision from the executive. The Senate will always want to check the decision of the executive if it is the right and in conformity with the law. The Supreme Court ruled the executive, through the justice minister, came up with a bogus and totally different interpretation of what the Supreme Court said. Very surprisingly to all of us, the Senate, that should have been there to checkmate what the executive is doing, decided to take a decision based on what the executive is doing. Senator, where are we? Who brought up such idea?
The truth is, not only that, but don't forget the justice minister or ministry was also mentioned in the speaker's proceedings to the Supreme Court. So there were three parties: the majority black, two, and then the justice ministry was part of that. I think the justice ministry did a withdrawal or filing something that they were not clothed with authority or something like that, but they withdrew from the process and was granted by the court. So in other words, they were already a party to this. So the justice ministry rendered an opinion that was endorsed. I think it was quite unfortunate. At the time I was in Ghana, as you know, I went to observed the elections in Ghana, and I was just as you did. I saw it on the internet that the Senate had endorsed the opinion of the Justice Ministry. If I was in that meeting of the Senate, I wouldn't have voted for that. And for the record, I don't support that.
Wow, it's been a great time. We got 10 more minutes to spend, probably 1 more hour to spend with Senator Snow. Folks, we want to say thank you for sharing this show. Thank you for coming in, Senator. Before I get to Dr. Richardson, I really want us to get in some kind of quick back and forth question answer. A lot of stuff is happening in our country. Senator Snow, you've been around the block. People are asking, are you going to be running 2029 in Riverside? Senator Snow, can you please repeat your answer?
I say, I don't know where you keep coming from with your Riverside thing, but let me just say this. I come from Riverside. Riverside is my county of origin. I've not made a decision to run in Riverside, to rerun in Bomi, or to run anywhere for that matter, but all options are open.
Why do you think you served the people of Bomi one term and you want to leave? Why?
Well, don't forget, I served the people of Bomi on unprecedented. I'm the only lawmaker in Bomi that was elected as member of the House of Representatives. And in 3 years later, the people of Bomi gave me a resounding victory to serve them for additional 6 years, or 9 years in the Senate, rather, 9 years in the Senate. So that has never happened in the history of Bomi, and I think it's a privilege. I consider that a big privilege. There's no intention of leaving Bomi. There's no intention of running anywhere else, but all options remain open, and at the appropriate time, I will make a political decision, and I will be a part of the political landscape come 2029 by the grace of God with good health.
Yeah, I think we still have Bill Travel from, he just got elected. He will not be in the race. Therefore, you'll be running against the other senator. And the other senator name is who? Is that Javon Smith, no?
Yes, but I'm told, or not as I'm told, in informal conversation in the Senate, Senator Smith have announced that he will not be contesting come 2029. I don't know how true it is, or if he's going to change or not.
Is he afraid that you're coming to take over? I mean, your announcement that you'll be running in Riverside scared the heck out of him, and now he's trying to go quietly into that gentle nut.
No, Javon is a very good gentleman. He's a very strong
Why
gentleman.
do you want to run against him? The man is comfortable. He can win the next election. Now you see the Gina coming, the devil coming. He got to get away. Why you choose Riverside? Why not Monserrato? Why not stay in Bomi County? Why Riverside?
The only reason I'm not contesting Monserrato because you, Stanton, told me you're running Monserrato and you want my support. Oh, you left the show?
They've been running. He can't keep secret. So the senator put a man secret outside.
You told me Dylan went bastard and you're running Monserrato and you want my support.
That's what you're talking here tonight.
Very serious.
But they got me out of the RL.
So that
some questions shouldn't have
my sister Janet
from the senator. Senator, I know I believe in the so that you are talking that true thing.
Wait,
stand up always no 1 year I didn't stand up no today.
You got internet problem. Senator, you have internet problem. We're not hearing you too well.
No, we can hear him. We can hear him.
It's broken.
We hear him.
Senator, please unmute yourself.
He muted me. Yeah, Senator muted me.
All right, but Senator, no, that was a good joke.
No, they're not joking. That's your talk. They're not joke.
That was a good joke, Senator. So
they're not joke. You told me you're running. I'm not joke.
No, I didn't say that, Senator. Senator, you remember when you put your text message between you and President Baga out and you took it back, you said it was bad? Why we can't be confidential and why we can't respect each other privacy, sir?
No, I thought you wanted to also talk about issues. You talk about mine, and the thing you're talking about me is true. So I wanted to tell you about truth.
The truth talking to them. When you talk to them,
yeah. All right, so I take it back. Let's move on. I'm taking that back.
That's all right.
Let me ask you the last question real quick, and we can bring it in. So now let's talk about the seriousness about this building, or the Capitol building. I think Paul Kennedy went through a little bit, but folks want me to ask the question over based on the fact that your colleague, Prince Moy, came up and said, listen, we need $1.8 million to repair, renovate, rebuild, whatever the case may be, because everyone, as of tomorrow on our time, and probably today on your time, no, tomorrow on your time as well, you guys should be passing the budget. So Prince Moy put in 1.8 million. How do you think he came up with that amount?
Well, as per the Constitution, the Senate cannot pass the budget before the House of Representatives. So as far as I'm concerned, the budget has not reached the Liberian Senate. I'm not a member of the Ways and Means Committee. I listened to Senator Moy today, and yes, he mentioned 1.8 million for feasibility study for the repairs of the building. That has not been debated yet, and when that comes before the plenary of the Senate, we will ask the necessary questions, we will debate it. So there's no formal information before us regarding that other than the information in the public space by Senator Moy.
Okay, so to be fair though, it's the senator, when I spoke to him, because when I received the news and he wanted me to say, he said, listen, Stanton, if we pass this budget without putting...
You muted.
Then we are calling for recast. So therefore, it can be more or it can be less, but we're going to talk about it. You think, as chair on Ways Means, right? You think the senator is in the standing order yet, and that was appropriate to come up with some numbers?
Well, like you said, and I think he mentioned that today also, that there's only projection. I think it's only projecting, it's only putting a figure there, a ballpark figure. And then there has to be proper, that building was built in the 60s. It has undergone several renovation works. It's quite unfortunate that it has been gutted by fire, either by accident or deliberate. But the building needs to be worked on. But I can tell you, if the building actually has an ongoing repair work, then we need to do more than that. But you have to have an actual work. You have to do structural work first. You have to, because of the fire, you have to test the structure to see if it can still take whatever is applied to it. And a lot of work has to be done. So I don't know where the 1.8 came from, why 1.8, but I think the idea to put money in the budget to begin looking at the repairs of the Capitol building, I think it makes sense. Like yesterday, I suggested to the Senate that let's do a resolution now before we even close, and so that the annual message will be delivered at the Centennial Pavilion. Most of my colleagues have bought the idea, and if that is sold and is signed by the House of Representatives as a joint resolution, we'll go ahead and prepare the Centennial Pavilion for the President to deliver an annual message while we go ahead and do what is needed to be done at the Capitol building.
Is it true that the budget is, we are increasing the budget to 878 million? Additional 23 million was added?
Like I said again, during one of the budget presentations, Double Jala, the CG of LRA, mentioned that he's had the most successful revenue collection since I think 2015 or something like that. So it's expected that the envelope will be increased. We just need to look at the details. And again, once I'm not a member of the budget committee, but once they come to report to the Senate, they will give us hard copies or soft copies, and we can look at that and we'll ask the necessary questions.
Stand up, Becky. Let me just clarify.
One last question. Becky, let me finish because we got to go. I've been very patient.
No, I just wanted to clarify.
No, I beg you, when I did my question, it does not the clarity. You guys were explaining.
No, not you, man. Not you.
But you wasting my time, man. Let me ask my question back. I'm not your friend tonight. So,
Yeah, but Sam, let me just clarify something now with the chief.
Yes. That actually question was centered on.
Yeah, just 1 second. Chief, I beg you, I want you.
I'm asking Paul Kennedy. I'm trying to do a follow-up on my statement.
Follow up. So, Chief, I beg you, you just passed over something I wanted you to clarify. Did you say the $1.8 million being proposed is for feasibility study and not actual work on the building? I wanted you to clarify that.
Well, I'm not an engineer, but just from my amateur idea of construction, I've done a lot of construction work before. I know that that building will require more than $1.8 million for actual repair work. So, again, I think what I'm told by Senator Moe was that they decided to infuse a figure in it so that if there's a need to do feasibility, there's a need to begin to do some work, at least they will be able to commence something pending a recast or the next year budget where they can actually have figures. At that time, there will be a study conducted, and they can now have figures for the repairs of the building. But the building has to be repaired. It's the seat of our democracy. It's the seat of the capital, and I think it's only fair to have it repaired.
All right, thank you very much. Senator, my last question, the rest of the guys got to come in. We are talking about the budget. I want you to speak to the fact that some members of the House of Representatives got suspended, and for 4 months, this new group, under the leadership of Richard Coon, they went to the finance ministry and said, don't pay them. Don't give them any benefits. We get announced with information reaching the spoon decks that Yombly today tried to intervene and say, listen, you don't want to do that this Christmas season. Yombly Kanga Lawrence approached him, intervened, and said they need to be paid. Though there's a separate branch, but she spoke with some of the members and said, y'all got to reconsider, y'all have to pay them. And because of such, they are now meeting the president with other negotiation on the table. You serve as representative, Senator Snow. You think it's necessary? 7 men suspended, more to come. Honor this government. And they are also asking, don't give them a dime for 4 months. Talk to me, sir.
Except where there's violent action, something is done violently, threat to one's life, destruction of life, property, loss of life and destruction of property. But if it's for intellectual exchange of ideas or debate, every parliament or legislature in the world has debate. People disagree. In some parliaments, people take chairs and chunk each other with it. And that's why, if I didn't say it before, I'll say it again. I'm one of those that condemned, in the highest term, the presence of the police in the building, the Capitol. I'm one of the senators that condemned it, that the police protecting lives and property outside the perimeter of the Capitol building, yes, but going in the building to put their hands on lawmakers is wrong. I did that in Sierra Leone. When the police went in the parliament in Sierra Leone, I'm on newspaper, I will share that with you. I condemn the Sierra Leone police for doing that, and I want to condemn the Liberian National Police for doing what they did at the Capitol. Having said that, I think the idea, again, the House of Representatives, they have their own rules, they have their own procedures and everything, but I believe strongly that with the fragility of the situation, the tension that is breeding in the country, everything that is happening. You know, I was driving today, going towards the Capitol, and I saw a huge convoy coming towards me with a lot of motorcycles and vehicles and people chanting their horn. And when I look up, it was Representative Sarfoko sitting on the door of the car and people waving to him, and he's waving, and and it's like we're creating another hero, or something like this. So I just think that some of the actions we take in these times, these are very critical times, and they require sober reflection so that we all can find, look, at the end of the day, those very 73 men and women will have to sit in there and break bread together. There are things, Stanton, we can come here and we can say anything we want to say, but there are things that we will discuss in the Senate that will stay with me to my grave. There are things they will discuss that will stay with them to their grave. So it's like a fraternity. There are things we do, there are things we talk. And when we go to the extreme now to say, let's suspend, let's take away your income for the next 4 months, let's deprive you from representing your people for the next 4 months, it has to be under extreme circumstances. Now, if it was just intended to scare them or something like that, we'll understand. And I don't know of the pro-temps intervention, but if she did that, and I think it's very magnanimous of her, and I'll encourage others to do the same. That's why when I heard tonight that excluding Speaker Kufa, the minority black leaders were meeting with the president, if that is true, I think it's belated, but it's also a good idea. It's never wasted, and it's a good idea to meet and resolve this thing. This is a national embarrassment. What happened yesterday, if there was an accident, then it's bad for us. If it was a fire incident, accidental, fine. You know, I remember I came from Ghana. When the day I returned to Liberia from the Ghana election, I was at the airport, and on that day, it was on a Thursday. Normally for Sam or Uncle Sam will know, on Thursday, by 5 o'clock, both Kenya Airways and Aska land at the same time. Because they leave Accra just about the same time, they land at the same time. So the airport is normally very packed on Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. The both aircraft land just about the same time. And I was in a VIP waiting for my luggage, and a lot of investors, I don't know if they were investors or people, but foreigners, and without any negative quotation or connotation, but a lot of experts or non-Liberians were there, and the guys in the VIP had on the television screen, they fire at the Capitol building. I was when I think one of the offices or something of the panel bars was on fire, and people running around. It was on the television, and everybody was just looking at it. Like, wow, what's going on? That's fire, and it was that simple, that come at the time. So you imagine the impression yesterday. This morning I got up. Before yesterday, Dr. Ebba's Chima was calling me. The president of the ECOWAS Commission was calling me. Or leaders from around the region was calling me. I mean, speakers from around the region. People kept calling. This morning, my phone was being bombarded by text messages. Al Jazeera is reporting this. International wires reporting it. What happened in the capital? Trenton, this is a national embarrassment. And I think if it was deliberate, if it was an arson attack, then we should have prevented this from happening, especially during the festive season. I mean, this is the time when we're growing up that people were looking for Santa Claus. We're looking for people to come and dress and give candies and do things and give gifts. And Christmas basket and Christmas tree, going to light Christmas tree and do different things. And we're talking about putting out fire at the Capitol building at this time. How did we get here as a nation? How did we get here as a people? We need to do better. We would disagree. Same on water spoon. You know how many times you must have not cross each other? Same Jackson. You know how many times we have disagreed? Have we gone to the stage where we be personal against each other or try to harm each other? We all disagree. I mean, deviant or diversity is a part of the human mind. We can disagree on everything. We disagree, but to disagree and lead to national destruction and national embarrassment is quite unfortunate.
Thank you very much. Let me give it over to Dr. Richard Singh, Glendy, Ambulamambe, Uncle Sam, Clinton, Paul Kennedy, and Axedo. Can we do it one question? We got 12 more minutes left with the senator.
I got
no further. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Senator Snow, I know you said earlier that you have no influence over the Chief Justice, CNAU. I want to be on record by recognizing the bravery when they first made a decision regarding our country. I think I came here and I acknowledged them. For the sake of our country, do you think, this is you, do you think that they can beef up their ruling so that the common people can understand it? Because we know that a lot of people, I understood the ruling, but there's a lot of people who did not understand the ruling, including the Chief Justice. So I want to go back to that, to maybe, I don't know what kind of influence you can have. Do you think you can urge or say something where, for the sake of our country, for the sake of the next generation, because our country is in a serious trouble. You mentioned that this is critical times here. This is, a time that we should be buying Christmas gifts as opposed to talking about all of this divisiveness in our country. How do you think that she can be of help to this situation, or all of them could be of help to this situation?
I'll say this to you, my sister, Dr. Richardson. Even before I got married to the Chief Justice, we're friends for more than 20 years. We were friends for more than 25 years before we got married. and very, very close friends. We've been friends all since for many, many years, 95, 96. She was my lawyer. Then we became friends. Then we became intimate. Then we got married. Then we divorced. And we still.
But it's not adding up, though. Something not adding up.
It's not intended to add up. In all these years, there's one commitment, especially since she went to the Supreme Court bench and through her professional career. There's one commitment we've always had. She doesn't like politics. As a matter of fact, she doesn't listen to radio. She doesn't listen to radio. She doesn't believe. She's apolitical. She doesn't listen to radio. So we had this understanding where anything concerning politics or my work, I keep it at the front door when I'm entering the house. Anything concerning her work, she keeps it at the front door. We don't discuss each other's jobs. I don't know what she's doing at the Supreme Court. She doesn't know what I'm doing at the Capitol building. And at that time we're married, we didn't discuss it. We've been divorced, we still don't discuss it. And I wouldn't know what she's doing at the Supreme Court. So help me God.
Okay. I will take that answer, but I wish that something can be done. I'm looking at from the human perspective that, our country is in their hands right now. All three of them, James Etta, Willard-Collie, CNN, Johnson, all three of them got our country in their hands right now. My second question to you is, you had talked about the president playing a presidential role in trying to bring unity in the country. Can you give specific advice as to what he needs to do? Maybe his advisor don't know how to tell him what he needs to do. I know I agree with you that first of all, trying not to show your hands, but showing your hands at the same time was a wrong move. Okay, so can you give us specific advice? What do you think?
You want to Joshua?
That raises thing. I said it few months ago, and people disagree with me. But leadership is a gift, and most times, a short story before I answer you. I'm told about a family that went to visit another family, and this child is sitting down, and the other man, the head of the home, the family went to visit, he's drinking wine, and he's just sipping the wine. And this 5-year-old boy is just looking at the man with his mouth open, looking. And everybody's concerned, why are you looking at the man like this? Then he turned to his dad. He said, Dad, but he's not drinking like a fish. I thought you said he drinks like a fish. Because his parents have been gossiping about this man, that the man drinks like a fish. So the little boy looking to see how can fish drink? And you and I know when somebody drink like a fish, what it means. So the moral here of the story is that most times we look at we hear what our parents say, what our leaders say, how our leaders act, what the leaders do. Think about this Christmas, President Mbeki inviting George Weah, Alexander Cummings, Madam Sirleaf, all for Christmas dinner, Christmas breakfast. Just think about the impact it's going to have on the country. I mean, think about the outrageous thing. Just say, wow, the president is having the Christmas breakfast or dinner. Or say, Madam Sirleaf, we're coming over to your house for Christmas lunch. Or you guys come over to my house. And the country is there, and everyone's seeing them. Our leaders are in one room having breakfast, having dinner. Like in other countries, Ghana, Nigeria, they have something called the Council of State.
Yeah.
Even when John Mahama was in opposition, and he and Nana Akufo-Addo couldn't even see eye to eye, he attended Council of State meeting in Ghana. When President Obasanjo and President Buhari couldn't see eye to eye, every Monday, or first Monday in the month, is Council of State meeting. They meet there and they have national conversation. They talk about things in the country. They're giving security briefing, diluted though, but they're giving national security briefing, and they know things about the country. In Liberia, it's the contrary. I'm told, and I stand corrected, that the last time President Weah and President Mbeki had a conversation was on Inauguration Day. Inauguration Day. That was after the transition. So they've not been able to sit as leaders. They've not been able to sit. They were just forcing, or there was big fuss in the country the other day, not they, but fuss amongst the supporters about using the presidential lounge at the airport. Now, when those kind of signal gets out to the support base, it has a trickle-down effect. It affects our people, it affects the mind of our people, it affects the support base. So, to whom much is given, much is expected. President Boyka is not just the president, he's the father of the land. He's the chief elder of this country. And if he was just to do it, I mean, it may sound simple, but just thinking about President Boyka driving to Alexander Cummings or George Weah or thinking about one other opposition, whoever, and say, oh, here with a Christmas basket. As simple as it may sound, you know, it means a whole lot. So Dr. Rich say, you know, people, you know, big things don't matter to some people. That's the simplest things sometimes are the true things that come from the heart that people really cherish. And this thing, it has to start and end with President Boyka. He has the greater responsibility. He has the greater responsibility to unite this country. And if someone like Mame came here and say he don't believe that the country is divided because I'm using political figures as baseline, then those are some of the problems we have already. He's not the only one. There are a lot of others that think that way. When I'm done with this show, go on Facebook and you see some of the comments. Some of the inflammatory comments people make, the things people say on Facebook, on social media. And those are things that don't help the country. I mean, today I was driving and I listened to Kalasco. I will repeat that. Explaining what happened to him in police cell, in the post docket. If it's true that it really happened to him, then I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Granny, you want to comment?
Yeah, Senator, I want to ask you, I'm sure you've heard about the data issue and LTA and the prices being increased. I want to ask your opinion about this. What do you think happened? What do you think should have happened? And why did it even happen in the first place?
Well, the first thing that should happen, big sister, is that based on another report, Abdullah Kamara should not be at LTA. Let's start from there. You can't say you came on this platform of fighting corruption, and you have an audit report that's indicting this man, and you think he should be there after making all the money he made through dubious means, according to the audit report. So anything to make more money, he would do it. Anything to make more money, he would do it. And it's just wrong. You know, look, let's call space. People come back and say, oh, your data has been restored and this has happened, so it should be achievement. I mean, after our people, all of us have gone through what we're going through with the data story, and then somebody can say, oh, restore it. And the restoration, quote unquote, restoration of data should be an achievement. How is that an achievement? It's not possible. So the LTA, like several other places, including the central bank, we need to be honest about things. We need to be honest. And in the LTA, by this time, we should have had an audit report. People want to resign, or people want to should be indicted, they should be indicted, and you properly appoint those people. Those people are playing with millions of dollars. You know, millions of dollars. It's not postal affairs, or even postal affairs play with their own people. Wherever it is, it's not just an ordinary place. That's the gateway, the communication gateway to the country. And we just say because of favoritism, partisan party politics, we say you go there and act, and acting perpetually. But starting with the head, I think it's just wrong. And those are some of the issues that I have with the ruling establishment. If you say this was wrong yesterday, let it be wrong today. Let it be wrong today. You can't run after someone today like the compact we're talking about. The whole country is celebrating that Liberia is qualified to go through the process, which will take 24 to 48 months. But nobody acknowledging that it's a 3-year period. All of them now only acknowledging that it happened because Joseph Boyka is president. So there's no acknowledgement. Say what everybody saying, saying Jackson India will tell you, one of the persons that I never got along with for 6 years in George Weah government was Samuel Tua. He never been my friend, not his friend, not my friend. But give him that credit. Give him that credit. The mandating thing we qualify for today is not based on what happened here in the last 1 year. It's based on what happened in Liberia in the last 3 years. So yes, we give President Boyka the credit. We congratulate President Kweka, but let's reference the past administration who laid the groundwork to get us where we are today. You cannot do that. You cannot celebrate in isolation of where you've come from to be where you are, or in the name of politics. You can't do that. That's spoon. Then we can't talk about spoon today. We don't mention the Ben Sabi and the Kev Hassan and the Tamil George and Reverend P. Bali, all those people. You can't. They were here. They were there. Whatever happened between them and their friends, Stanton, whether you're for real or you're fake, they started this thing together. So you can't give spoon when you go. You got to look at the historicity. You got to know where it came from. How active they got into during the COVID period, what they did, how they built this platform, and today, like it or not, Spoon is the #1 media platform outlet in the country. But it came from somewhere to where it is. You cannot work and give credit today if you don't reference tomorrow.
Yeah. So in short, what was done at LTA should not have happened.
No, it's wrong. I mean, no, it shouldn't have happened, not at all. But again, it starts with the leadership. The person who's in charge of the LTA, he has the audit report shows that he has some major issues to be answered, and in answering those issues, he cannot be the face of the LTA.
Yeah, but I want to follow up quickly on Isaac's question about the 1.8 million feasibility study. The fire just occurred yesterday. How is it that today we've already determined what it's going to cost for a feasibility study? We have not heard an investigation. We have not heard what caused the fire. We have not heard whether this was arson. But we're already saying, let's go and see how much it will cost for us to fix this place. How did we get, and you're a senator, how is that even possible to present to the Liberian people?
No. So in the formulation of the budget, there's one of two things you could do. You either project an amount, whatever the amount is, you do a projection of the amount and say, in case of this, we will go into this amount. Doesn't mean you will spend 1.8 million. You could spend more than 1.8 million. So you could project an amount and set aside. Or you say, if this amount comes up, we look at the contingency budget and go into contingency. All right? So what the legislature is doing, in my belief, I'm now in the budget committee, we have not debated this, but what I think is being done is, look, there's fire. The budget, by practice, comes to us once a year. So the fact that this building was gutted by fire, this building has to be repaired. This is our office. This is where we work. This is where we work from. It can't remain like this. So since we now have the budget, and this happened yesterday, let's do an estimate. That's estimation. You do an estimate, put a projection, put an amount in the budget, and say, let's have this as a cap, so that if we need to look at this building, start minor repairs, feasibility, let's just put this figure there. Now, it doesn't mean that 1.8 million could be spent. You could go and do feasibility study, and the feasibility study is $300,000. It means you're still left with $1.5 million that could be credited to repair work. You could go and do feasibility study, it could be $2 million. It means you have a deficit of $200,000. So it's just a projection. It's not a fixed amount that must be expended based on feasibility. No.
But LU remains close.
It was smart. I think it was smart.
I can make like the decision about where you're going to work, but LU remains close.
Well, it's quite unfortunate. But the issue of LU, and I'll talk about that. If you follow and thanks to Senator DeLong, who chairs the Foreign Relations Committee, I'm a member of that committee. Minister Gaffron came on the radio, and we have documents to show that the government have disbursed 106% of budgetary support to LU, over $30 million, and they're still having issues at the university. So we're still holding the confirmation process of Dr. Al Hassan Conte, the caretaker president at the university, who has been nominated to go to America as ambassador, because we're still demanding financial reports. We still want to see what happened. Why is LU still closed? It's quite unfortunate that LU is still closed, but I think something is being done about it, and I don't think the Senate acted in in isolation or wasn't sensitive to the issue. But money was apportioned, and the government has given us the autumn report that shows that all of the money that was apportioned is overspent by 106% of what was allotted for LU.
And so the only reason you're holding Hassan is because of the money to LU. The other issue about Nigeria and not Blake's daughter, the accusation that he's inappropriately handled the situation. But anyway, we are talking about Mr. Reverse. So let me move on. Abdul Mame.
I will say two
All right,
things.
Senator, you're waiting.
No, man. Abdul, go ahead.
You just want to do it to distract me.
That's all he's doing it for.
I know the Brabi, I know what he on. But on a more serious note, Honorable Snow says something and we need to correct it. Stanton has sent you except.
I see why you were in the park for long.
No, you just said it.
Okay.
MCC, you just said it and you just, prop up.
Okay, all right.
As a statesman and all of us, this is a win for the country. For political reasons, we can try to take ownership for some, but we must be fair in how we do it.
Mm-hmm.
When you say the winning of the MCC compact has nothing to do with this administration,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. The panelists are right here. I never said that. Okay. Let me correct you now. Everybody on this air, I never said that.
Mama fighting to gauge his credit.
I never said that.
Y'all gotta give Mama a chance. Let the senator clarify himself. Maybe he didn't hear the senator well, please.
Mommy, can I say something? All the panelists are still here. Everyone listening to this show. I started by giving the government the credit. I congratulated President Boyka in the Unity Party-led government. And I said, however, it's a period of 3 years. So 1 year into this administration, 2 years from the previous administration. So it was in collaboration. You cannot do it in isolation of the previous administration. I commended this government. And I stand corrected. Anybody can prove me wrong.
Thank you for the correction.
But yeah, actually, if you look at the period that the M is
it's actually 2 months. 2 months.
Clinton, please. We gotta give Mama the chance, please. Mama, go ahead, please.
So Stanton, I sent you an excerpt from the MC.
Can you send it again? Because I send it one more time, please.
So what I'm trying to do.
Come.
Uncle Sam, mute yourself, please.
You got it?
I resend it to you, Stanton.
Yeah, no.
Uncle Sam,
mute Uncle Sam now. Mute Uncle Sam.
Yeah, I'm
muting him.
I'm muting yourself.
I posted in the chat room and I send it. I posted in the chat room and I send it to you.
Yeah, I'm uploading the Mama.
Good. Let the public know how the MCC make what the factors they use to make the decision to give a grant. Please put it up, Stanton. There are three buckets that are used to make a determination to give grant to a country. One is the scorecard. The scorecard, if you pass the scorecard, is just one. There are additional 2 that you must satisfy the board before you can get a grant. So the first one is the scorecard. But the scorecard itself passing is not sufficient. This is what the MCC says. As described in the annual selection criteria, the board looks at 3 factors to assess performance and any previous or current compact in countries being considered for a subsequent compact. Liberia is being considered for a subsequent compact. These are the 3 indicators they use to make the decision. 1, successful implementation of the previous compact. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
2, improve scorecard. That's 2. 3, which is most critical, the commitment of the administration for further sectoral reform. The board of the MCC must be convinced that the administration has commitment to further reform, that when MCC puts for money in the country, it will make significant impact. So those are the 3 factors. But most of the time, we just take the scorecard. And that is the reason why sometimes people pass the scorecard and they do not get a grant, because other factors were not met. So yes, it is good to talk about the scorecard, but those are the 2 other key factors.
So, I mean, what's the point?
Come again?
What's the point you're making?
I'm making the point that this administration...
that there's no credit to the past government.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're the one saying that.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. I am saying there is now one factor used to determine. There are 3 as a display. One is just...
Mama will never get CDC. You will never get CDC credit.
He's fighting not to get CDC credit. That's it. That's it.
Fighting hard to diminish it.
He doesn't. He's fighting hard. You don't want to say that this is achievement. That's the issue.
Go on my Facebook page. Look, let me tell you something. Stand on. Please,
but can we help Mame? Let Mame. This is very important. We all want to talk about MCC.
Mame can see the team right and he won't make it left.
No, but that Mame, either or, Uncle Sam, either or, Mame will say your own and we'll say our own. Let's give him a chance.
Let Mame talk. Let him talk about the 2 additional factors.
Uncle Sam, the man operating on $70 million project, he won't give you some consultancy. You talk
the 2 additional factors was under the government.
So let me provide information.
No, Mame ain't done yet. Mame ain't done yet, guys. No. Mame ain't done yet, guys. Mame, go ahead, finish, Mame.
So I decided to put that out because everybody who talk about MCC just talk about the scorecard. I posted on my page, and it's still there over 4 days ago, that the results in the scorecard, you can go on my page. I posted it 4 days ago, that the results on the scorecard, when you see the methodology, they are as far back as 2021 to 2023. I posted that. It's on my page. So don't tell me about it. I know it and I said it. Who was president 2021, 2023? It was George Weah. I'm saying to the country,
the same thing. They took administration takes credit for it. That's what I said, Mame.
But I say my own too now, give me chance. You corrected me already. So the point I'm making to the country is the scorecard is just one indicator. There are other indicators. The other one is the MCC board must be convinced that the current administration, in whose hand the resources are coming, is showing commitment to more sectoral reform. That indicator is critical. Your past record of implementing a successful MCC grant is another indicator. So same year, more than year who implemented it can take credit for that. I wanted to make those 3 indicators clear so the country knows that this government commitment to sectoral reform convinced the board, plus the scorecard.
Okay, so
all right, Mame, I agree. I agree with you.
Question, please,
no, I'm not talking to convince you.
Mame, can I ask you a question?
Wait. So the past compact that you're fighting for, I thought the government, you almost went on that. You ain't had nothing to do with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. That this was a different.
No, but Clinton, let me ask.
So okay, so that go around in China. My people.
Look, let me ask Mame a question, please. What is the evidence or the metric that you've seen anywhere to determine, to say the commitment? How is that commitment measured? Please tell your audience, how is that commitment measured? The commitment to reform. Please tell us.
commitment to sectoral reform. These are the information on the
Give me the metric.
And I gave it to you. Yes, yeah, I gave it to you.
Okay, go ahead. Hurry up.
Number one is listed there. Assessing the country's delivery of policy reform. Assessing
How?
You want me to
the metric, the number. It has to be metric is a number.
Guys, it's 12:15. Can we? Uncle Sam. So after
the thing is, my man had to find something to
then we'll be able to talk. Clinton, can you ask your question? Clinton.
It's on MCC website. Let me create it.
That's all right, my man. Let's go to Clinton, please. Clinton, you unmute yourself now.
I don't have a comment. Can I make a statement?
MCC, keep it for later.
You say you don't have a question?
The MCC will discuss the MCC, but I just wanted to say that, look, I agree with Senator Snow that we have to unite the country, that the country is heavily divided, whether it's by, by these election numbers or just generally what is happening in the country. We need to unite the country. Look, when President Weah took over, we know that within a few months, he invited President Bouakai, right? We also know that the vice president went, and there's a picture of the vice president kneeling down before before President Bouakai then, right? We also know that the running mate of President Bouakai was given a job in the Weah administration. So President Weah took deliberate steps. He took very deliberate steps to reconcile this country. We know that, and Senator Snow said this, like the elections, there were issues about reruns, and there was and President Weah still plays that call to concede, right? But look what has happened. Look what has happened since this president took over. There's been issue with the president using the VIP lounge. We are running beyond people, president. We are put in the office, whether it's people who are 10 new people or not. Now we have this issue with wanting to remove a speaker who is a CDC speaker. So the president has to be deliberate about reconciling the country and uniting the country. And I agree with Senator Snow, he has not taken enough steps. And I just told you just now, Mommy, what the past government president Weah did, and those were very intentional steps. This president has to be intentional about what he wants to do to unite this country. That's just the point I wanted to make.
Thank you very much. I will bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul?
Thank you very much, Stan. I will ask the senator a question, but I would just like to throw light on the information the senator provided. The senator was 100% correct that the compact we see now, it is not all the doings of this government. In fact, two of the points Mami listed, the implementation of previous compact, that was completely under George Weah government. It started off 2017, January, and ended 2021, and George Weah cut most of the project ribbons. I know it because I worked there as the director of environmental and social performance, and I conducted most of the environmental impact assets on all of the work that was done. So Mame named two things. He was right. The previous implementation of compact is like, if I give you a new car and you go and bust it, I'm not giving you a second car, because they assess your past performance to which is very valid into the second award. And the final thing he talked about was the decision that is made by the board and the reform, reviewing the reform of policy. So the way the compact years work, the compact is a preemptive year analysis, and the scores are gathered from the World Bank, the IMF, which is the International Monetary Funds, the International Finance Corporation, UNESCO. All of those organizations in country are reporting on Liberia's performance every year. And the way MCC does it, they take 2022 year, at the end in November, they project into 2023 years. So they take the first 3 years of the month to project. So this 2025 report you're seeing that came out November of 2024, only consider January, February, and March of 2024. Those 3 months are attributed into projecting the year. So if you technically look into this 2024 year, all of what has done from March all the way going forward will be projected in November for 2025 and 2026. So, if we really want to give credit, the credit will be given to the CDC government for their performance. But like Snow said, this is Liberia. Liberia wins. Whoever wins the compact, once the country gets it, we can't be political sitting out here trying to attribute one government did this, another government did, because it's a built-up process. Yeah. So, Senator, let me bring you back now to the legislative fight that have been going on. You, as a senator, have the oversight responsibility on LTA. If it is not you particularly, but the Senate has that oversight responsibility. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right.
Knowing all that is going and happening to our people that are affected through data that are challenging, like Bapolu, where we come from. Senator, you've been there. You in certain part of Bapolu, you don't have network coverage. And sometimes the people pay their data, they're $1. Sometimes 4 days, there's no network in Bapolu. Nobody, in fact, when the network comes back, you call the people and say, what happened to my data I put there? They say, well, come to Monrovia. They have been abusing our people. They have been doing all kinds of things to them, DGS and companies, and nobody is doing anything about it. Senator Snow, please inform me, what can our people do to make the senators and representatives they elect to provide that oversight responsibility into making sure government auxiliary agencies are not taking advantage of our people?
Well, the truth is, I know that there has been communication on the floor of the Senate, at least on 3 occasions. The day we first discussed the LTA was the situation with Senator Prince Johnson. May his gentle soul rest in peace. Then, of course, that's why you live for here when I say gentle soul. Then another time we had it on the agenda. There's something happened again. I thought somebody died again or something. There have been 2-3 situations where we are not being able to discuss the LTA situation. But it's not an excuse, actually. And the reason why the LTA situation has grown a lot of public debate and concern is besides the head who has been tied up with other reports of massive corruption, there are other young leaders at the LTA who have been in other political space or broadcasting through the public space. And with the different advocacies, either as legislators or broadcaster, one would think that based on the roles in the previous professional roles, they would have been more concerned about the well-being of the people. And when those things begin to prove contrary, people got concerned. The salary that people talk about in the past that legislature were making, now they make far more than the legislature. The benefits more than the legislature, and then the services they're providing is being double, and we're not getting our fair share of what we're paying for. So there's been a lot of sentiments put into it, and even if we didn't discuss it, which is not an excuse, we should discuss it. I think it would help them in their own lives, their own space that they've occupied in the public domain, to do the right thing, to make those corrections speedily, and that the president will see the LTA as a major gateway and a revenue base, and to have someone presiding there as acting. And I can tell you the fact, if the president was to appoint Mr. Kamara as proper head, and he got confirmed by the Liberian Senate, it would be my biggest disappointment. I strongly believe the Senate will reject him. Okay, maybe that's some of the reasons why he hasn't been appointed, because with the other report before us and see him acting, and it's like business as usual, when the president told us that there will be no business as usual, it's disheartening. So I'm not looking for an excuse for the Senate. I think we fell short on that, and we need to buckle up. Unfortunately, we might be closing, if not tomorrow, maybe Monday or early next week, just before Christmas. Not even closing because according to our resolution, we are scheduled to close on the 6th. So we'll take recess for the Christmas holiday. But before that time, if there's no debate on it, you can rest assured once we return, it will be a firm Senate debate and public hearing to that effect.
Let me hold you right there, Senator Snow. Please allow. So we're talking about LTA.
know you mute yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Since we are talking about
When you
LTA, the chairman.
talk about you can be nervous. You can be too much. You can be in zeal.
I needed discussion. We're not going to go. We're not going to pass it.
Yeah, the chairman of LTA. The chairman of LTA, Francis Dopo, your colleague, like to contribute on this one. Please allow us to bring him on. Senator Dopo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Senator. Let me say thank you to all of you and Senator Snow. I'm not going to go to all the political side of the discussion, but that is a specific matter because it relates to our oversight as chair of the Senate Committee on Post and Telecommunication. Well, the committee did a report, a comprehensive report on the data issue prior to the concern raised by Senator Dillon in plenary. We have already begun discussion in relation to the mobile network operators, what we call the MNO, on the issue of the introduction of the price floor. Okay? And we thought that indeed the price floor, the issue of Starlink entering the market would have had some sort of destruction. And then unfortunately for us, that has increased in terms of reaction by the MNO. The committee did a report in November. Unfortunately for the committee, that report was not debated by the plenary. However, in our SA discussion with the LTA, our recommendation that we share with the plenary was that the LTA should revisit and adjust the price flow, because the price flow has adverse effect on the action of the MNO, and the MNO by acronym in definition of the CIF, the mobile network operator, that is Orange, and that of Lone Star. So we did that, but we could not have debated it, like Senator Smith was saying, until the very occasion we had different activities going on, including the death of Senator Prince Johnson. But in recent time, I think it was on Tuesday, we did that debate, and then the plenary was informed of our decision. But just to say that based on our proactive engagement with the sector, some of the actions that have been taken. Beyond those actions, there are other actions, including the issue of our consumer interest. And key things that we need to note is that the GSM company, from our discussion with the LTA and other stakeholders, petition, okay, in terms of bonanza and other things, necessitated the issue of the price flow. But we have said that it is good that when you are discussing consumer matter, it is good for the public to know that before you introduce the bonanza, let the public know what is the actual price in terms of the goods that you are trading before you do a bonanza. So we have encouraged in our recommendation that the LTA should publicize the issue of prices as it relates to the various products that are being offered by the MNOs. At the same time, there was a World-Bank study, the ongoing World-Bank study, that results will come out this December in terms of the region how mobile data are traded. So the committee was involved, we get involved, and the plenary are giving a mandate to go beyond just the regulator, but to engage the MNO directly. And that communication has been sent. So we are not just only looking at the temporary movement or action by this MNO, but also the sustainability of the price such that not just the bonanza they offer and the level of competition that they engage in, but the viability, and the strength and the efficiency of the network. I thought to just make that clear that report had been debated by plenary, and plenary are given additional mandate to go further.
I'm sorry, Senator Dopo, that you are not the guest. We hope you can come on the show to better help inform. Everything you said, I don't think my Mary that buying her $2 scratch card understood you. I know you are using terminology. I know you are using terminology based on the fact that you are already speaking the technical thing. Yeah. I would rather ask you to come because indeed this is a very serious thing. But for you to even call in, I mean, we appreciate you. We do appreciate. Let's set a time that you come on, sir.
I will do that and prepare to do so. And we are interested in the consumer interest.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your calling, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think it was Uncle Sam last question. Uncle Sam, can we wrap up?
Uncle Sam was asking or me? Let me interrupt her.
Sorry, go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
I brought this LTA thing back because it is really, really important. As we've seen people lost their lives in the absence of, network trying to reach the ambulance to move around deployable road in Gbapolo to get from one place to another is a very big challenge for our people. And we are hoping that Senator Dopo will come to really give us some more details on how the entire oversight and holding the regulators accountable into ensuring that they are also providing enabling environment, but holding the GSM company responsible accountable for their responsibilities. So Senator Snow, this is my final question. My man, I like you personally. I always said it. Hate Snow or like him. Hate Snow or like him, he understands the Liberian politics. And as a student of politics, I would definitely look up to him as a mentor. Maybe the next election I will not lose. but we have this challenge of debilitating health system in the country. If you go to JFK, it's a clear example. Most of the people, including yourself, when you're sick, you got to get implant to leave the country to go out. At least 25 to 30% of the budget for health is from granting organizations, NIH, CDC, and other people. When are you planning, Senator, to increase the health envelope and so that our people in the country can actually have reliable health coverage, not just having a hospital sending without medicine or having doctors that are not paid? What advocacy are you making in the Senate to ensure that health becomes a priority for our people?
My big brother, it's a very good question, and there's a small group of senators. I won't name all of us, but a small group of senators that have really decided to begin to look at things outside the box than the regular, way we handle things in the Senate. And some of those things are what are we doing about healthcare delivery? What are we doing about the education sector? I mean, the budget hasn't reached us yet to debate, but I've been informed, for example, we already got 20-something or almost $30 million in the budget for the Sing Yellow machine that we're talking $80 million for. The money already in the budget. We won't even do bidding process yet. The money already in the budget to start paying for those yellow machines. So is that where we want to go right now, or want to invest in the healthcare sector? I mean, what's our priority? Where are we? Where are we proceeding? I mean, the different versions of how the money is placed in the budget and why it's placed there. I mean, this was a machine that the Minister of State up portfolio was sitting on top of a car, putting her hand up. That yellow machine was coming to Liberia for $80 million. Now I think it's 20-something or 30-something million it's going down to. But it's already being budgeted.
Let me correct you, Senator. Allow me to. It was 21 million. Uncle Sam Frank that he met from South Africa that took picture.
Why are you calling me my friend?
Well, let me finish now. He came and he said he couldn't accept that amount between 21 to 22 million. He met the president. They renegotiated the amount. It came up to 24 and change, like I said, 25. He said no. He said no. And magically, 3 million and change were added.
Yep.
Upon a gentleman agreement. Yep. So, we received the information and we want to look at the budget. And then we were asked, the Richard Coon, majority black, change operators, that they are coming in with. Then I want to ask the executive and then you guys, if this man said no, and we can get it for $21 million, while we went into another gentleman agreement to add extra 3 million on what we initially agreed on, because if you go to China, you can get, I think, for $19 million, all of them or more. So that's where we are, and I have piece of documents, some of them, but I was told, let's look at the budget. So you're right. Now, almost $4 million. Where is it coming from? But guess what happened? What people will say, we want development in our country, we don't care, because that's what is in the mind of the Liberian people. Because when people are saying we're bringing 285 pieces yellow machine and we're asking for $80 million, Bo Ali said we don't care how we get it. Stephen Johnson said we don't care how we get it. We want our county to receive 19 pieces each, so we really don't care. That's how ignorant or intentionally these guys decided to destroy the country, waste a lot of money because we don't care. No, we do care. And we were asked the question. I just wanted to correct you. And these things are a complete mess. But we'll wait for the time. Talk to us.
You're so right, Stanton. And some of us, like I said, a handful of us, we may not have the numbers to tweet anything for now, but the numbers will build up. The numbers will build up because we actually had questions. And for me, but just what you said was exactly what I heard. He came for the birthday, for the 80th birthday. He was here. And he said he could not accept the amount, the modify all of what he had supplied against government and have it he wanted. He was upset. But because he had come for the birthday, the settlement was reached. And then I'm told another $3 million were added for, I think, the local facilitators, that King started with $18 million. So we want to see, we look at the budget and we'll see what happens. But I believe that even that $3 million would have gone to the education or the health sector that, my brother is talking about. Yesterday, health.
And that's why we're looking at the budget. I wanted to be there before I raised this issue. I had the information since the birthday or before the birthday. This guy argued. Sorry, Honorable Snow. He argued and said, I cannot get 19 million and change. They compared the same material, equipment from China to that of his. We can get the same thing for 19 and change. The guy said, no, you're not going to take mine. He argued. Hey, man. But then, the president, no nonsense Joseph Yima Boakai, that promised the Liberian people that he will fight corruption, that he will fight waste. He agreed and authorized that this man should be going with extra $3 to $4 billion. It's painful, but we will tell this story. That's why we are here.
The version we got also the $4 million, not just for him, but for those people that were celebrating the deal and were facilitating.
And that's why they put it on. That's why they put it on him.
Of course, that's the only reason why they will have additional $3 million. The people.
Let me ask my question, Stella. I beg you. Look, first of all, Senator Snow, you and I have come a very long way. When you were, I think youth chairman of the MPP, 1997. You remember?
Yep.
When I was working with Ellen on her campaign.
Yeah.
And you guys won. And you were, as sports commissioner, I said something fresh to you. You were very respectful. And of course, in the subsequent period, we fought back and forth, but with Ben, you're a very good man. And I think you have a great future in the country. I believe that from the bottom of my heart. You have grown to a point where I can consider you a statesman and a potential national leader of the country. But let me just get to some points. My friend, I love you a whole lot.
Thank you, sir.
And Paul made this very, very good point about the cutoff date for the Millennium Challenge in terms of the metrics to be used. That's March. So Joseph Jima Boakai government only participated in 3 months of that. 2025, you will get it. But mommy, I beg you, papi, I love you out of this world, Peking. I know you're.
The information
Let me
is
finish.
wrong.
Okay, look, okay. But Paul and I agree, and Paul is the expert. I would defer to the expert.
No, you're not expert. The information is wrong. I will disprove it.
No, I said I'm not the expert. I said Paul is the expert. I would defer to him. I would defer to Paul. Do you know why I don't get things wrong? Because I call experts. When they were making all this noise, I called my friend at MCC. Oh, not MCC, but I think he worked at MCC before. And he said, clearly. He said that you have to give the past government credit because the metrics that we use, the metric is more than 80% of the requirement. All those things we're talking about, commitment to reform and those things, right? Those are very what? Subjective. But rule of law, corruption, and those things, and those 20 or 22 things the MCC measure, they're not even measured by the MCC. They are measured by independent agencies like the ALAPO, like the World Bank, like UNICEF, like so and so and so. They're not even measured by the MCC. The MCC was created by the US government to give out aid, official development assistance to countries not nilly-willy, but who conform to certain basic fundamental things to improve the lives of the people. Good governance, right? But let's get back to President Boyka. Look, I've known President Boyka since 1979, when I was Director of Price and Marketing Analysis at the Ministry of Commerce, and he was LPMC. I've never seen him smile. I've never seen him jolly. Maybe he has a jolly thing, right? But the president has to get out of that skin. Out of that, because every time you see him, he's serious, he's talking, you know, he needs to reach out. He hasn't spoken to President Weah since the inauguration. He hasn't spoken to many people who disagree with him, or even with his friends. John Malu. I'm coming, baby. 1 second. Just give me 2 minutes. Okay, listen to me. John Malu, the architect of the victory. John Malu, the man that wanted to make this man the governance king of Liberia. He been dismissive of John Malu. John Malu wanted to create a team in the executive mansion that all of this mishap and missteps are happening all around. It could never happen on a John Malu. $82 million for 285 pieces of Chinese-made machines. 82 million, and the thing cost 19 million, and no one from your side expressing righteous indignation.
No hands rolled. Nobody got dismissed for this.
Nobody get dismissed. Nobody get angry. Nobody is indignant. And you think this is normal? That we must accept that our minds so bitter boy in Lapa to send to school must accept. If we disagree, so you think Joe Boyka cannot deny me a job? Ellen Salif didn't give me a job. Jovia didn't give me a job. The last consultancy I had was the National Economic Dialogue in 2019. I traversed the world. Edwin Snowden, I said, talk about it. Anybody who see my movement will know that I'm a man of means. Okay? Joe Boyka needs the help of people.
I'm just going to move ahead now. We'll have a one-on-one with you tomorrow.
This is important. This is important to me. Let me tell you something. There are thousands of Liberians better than me, more educated, have more expertise. If you open a tent, they can come and help Liberia. Ellen Salif was successful because she opened the tent. She brought in the best and the brightest of Liberians. Ellen's first 6 years is what got us to where we are today. The Liberia that it is today, with some governance system.
But just let's excuse Edwin Snow, then we can have that conversation.
No, but I want Edwin to respond to this thing.
Yeah,
so
but let's do it now.
Ask you a question. No, I will ask Edwin a question. Edwin, please let me ask you a question. Edwin.
Go ahead. I know what's anyone dropping for you.
Yeah. If you were advising Joe Boyka, what are some of the things you think he can do to build a bigger tent, to reach out to people he considers his nice enemy, but who disagree with him? What does he, not to give them jobs, but to just reach out to them? And how does he go about getting the best of Liberians from around the world to improve what is going in Liberia? Obviously, Liberian people deserve better. They didn't stand in poo-poo water for somebody to bring 285 machines for $82 million that worth $19 million. They didn't stand in poo-poo water for that. They did not stand in poo-poo water to make Mamaka to have gotten $50 million on one deal to retire for several generations. They didn't stand in poo-poo water for that. They didn't stand in poo-poo water for what is happening today. That this government looks like a run-of-the-mill government, not an extraordinary government that came to rescue them. What can he do, and what are some of the steps that he can take?
SPJ.
Well, Uncle Sam, as you know, the president has nearly 50 years of governmental experience. I don't know if I can help Bush with that, but I think I would just quote Larry Boblet: change your mind and change your attitude. We just need to, do what we say. Sometimes we are good orators. We go behind the microphone, write those beautiful speeches, but those speeches do not represent our hearts. And sometimes when you're delivering a speech, it should be a reflection of your heart and not just, for the optics. So, I would just repeat myself. The president is the father of the land. He's required to do a lot. And my thing is that some of the guys around, like you're saying, you don't have friends in the political, establishment today. The level of arrogance, the level of ownership, the level of entitlement, it's troubling. And for them, nothing is wrong. You come on the air, you speak your mind, you make proposals, for a way forward, and you are antagonized. People think that you shouldn't say it. You should say, all hail, all hail, all hail, And it's sad. Look, this country has gone through a lot. We've seen a lot. We may not be blessed with many years of existence, but we're blessed with many years of experience. And some of the things we've seen in the sub-region, some of the things we've lived to see, like I just said to you. I was in Ghana. I headed the ECOWAS parliamentary mission for the election in Ghana. And 1 hour after the election, it was clear that the opposition had won resoundingly. 1 hour after, because people knew exactly what was happening. 2 weeks before the election, everyone thought the tide had changed. They thought the ruling party was winning because the ruling party was building factories, they were spending money, they were moving. The opposition, the ruling party candidate visited every constituency in Ghana. Every constituency he went there. When John Mahama could not afford to do that. And people were taking the money, people were eating the money. At the end of the day, look what happened in Ghana. Look how the turnaround is never happened. The margin in Ghana election is 1.5 million votes between Mahama and his opponent. 1.5 million votes. I mean, resoundingly. The first time when Mahama was defeated, the margin was 600,000. The second time, it was about 900,000. This time, he won with 1.5 million. It's not because nothing happened in Ghana over the years, but sometimes people get in power and think they've arrived. They have no more equal. Nobody should correct them. Nobody should say anything to them. You either for us or you against us. We don't have to be. We can disagree. I repeat myself, like my junior brother, Mami, and I were talking together. Even Mami, I was just reading, I said something to Stanton. Some of the credit they gave to Liberia for the compact is the holding of free, fair, and transparent elections. I don't know which government can take credit for that, but we've come a long way as a people. This country is where we all belong. You don't want after 6 years down the road, then look, we must coexist in this country. We must coexist. Look at Mount Salif. And I'm happy that Uncle Sam referenced particularly her first term, because that was her best term. She brought people on board. There were opposition, there were non-politicians in her government. Today, the Senate will confirm people, and then people will go back and say, this person campaigned against you. Sogba George, a journalist, was confirmed by the Liberian Senate. And he gets a call that, we got information that you're on ELBC, you did not support or you supported George Weah, so we cancel your appointment. Lafayette Gould, you prosecuted Gloria Scott. As a prosecutor, you've been punished. Bobby Livingstone, where are we? And then you come today and say, Louis Brown, do you take that as a credit? Yes, you could. Excuse me, but we could do better. We could do more than that. And my brother, it's not everybody in life who criticize you or who are critical of your activities is your enemy. Sometimes your best friends are the ones are your biggest critics. The people who wish you the best are your biggest critics. And if we don't open ourselves to criticism, we never get to where we are. Let's think about it. 6 years is not forever. People are acting in this country today as though 6 years will never end. As though 6 years will never end, like 6 years is perpetual. How do you get people 2-3 persons negotiating on an airport deal? No. How can we talk today that, a member of the first family credit card or bank card is being rejected in America because of the excess transfer of funds into an account? Opening an account in Dubai, in London, in America. So where's the money coming from? That wasn't available 6 years ago. And then we think it's normal? It's not normal. It is not normal. Go to the airport. 2 negotiations going on the airport deal. 2 negotiations. One from NRC, one from the president's son. And we think it's normal? It's not normal. And we think that there will not be men in this town with balls to say it. We'll say it. Because it's not normal. And we're not saying it because we are envious. We're not saying it because we hate the administration. We're saying it because we want the right thing to be done. And most time when you talk, they say, why you didn't tell George Weah? Why George Weah didn't do it? If George Weah's tenure was the best for the Liberian people would have voted him for a second term. The fact that he did not get re-elected, it means the Liberian people rejected his policy for what they thought would have been a better policy. So we demand a better policy. And if it's not given to us, we'll continue to make the demands. That's all I have to say.
Honorable Snow, thank you. Isaac, don't take us home. You're the last. We have to go. Isaac, please.
I just wanted to say after Isaac, stand on. I took 1 minute for Honorable Snow.
When you refer me, I will respond.
I said after Isaac.
Isaac, go ahead now. You driving?
Oh, I was waiting. Before they go and comes back to me, it's after 2 hours. It's like everybody said tired. Starting we can be managing the time. Data being is hard now. We've been 4 hours now. The people ain't get data to be on for 4 hours. So I really think we need to manage the time. 2 hours, 3 hours maximum should be okay. And I'm even tired, sir, because from the last time I spoke to now, it's 2 hours apart. But Senator Snow, you are a doyen of Liberian politics. You and I can talk, what I know of you. And I wanted to recount, we were in Ghana together, you and I on the airport. And you said something there that Mahama, who win the election, I was coming up in Ghana. And of course, it happened. If you remember that, before we went to the hospital over there with Peter Lima. And so you understand the terrain, you understand the ground. But I wanted to disagree with you a little bit in something, Honorable. What I want to disagree with you on is the issue of why George Weah lost or did not lose. In my mind, you lately, at your last comment, you agreed on it and you said it. What they thought would have been. George Weah did not get defeated because he didn't perform. No. It's because the Liberian people were overwhelmed with propaganda and lies. The Liberian people believe that $16 billion loss, not George Weah. So some people voted against George Weah for $16 billion. The Liberian people believe that
Answer the
George Weah
kids,
was
man.
using
The children
George Weah.
distracting you from the back.
Right. So the Liberian people believed that George Weah was using private jet, so he was spoiling the country money. That when any other person comes, they were not getting private jet. Today, they are saying the truth. The Liberian people were made to believe that some 25 million came from somewhere, although what was only spent was 17 million. So the lies and the propaganda overwhelmed the people. It was on that basis. In my mind, I would agree with you, not as a member of CDC to say your own, but in my mind, that's why the people voted against George Weah. If it was a very fair election, wherein the issue of ideas on the basis of truth came to the forefront, George Weah would not have lost. But let me quickly end up on the MCC scorecard. Thank you. Everyone has said it all, and we don't need to go back on it. But I just wanted to add, if President Boyka's government, and I want to agree with you that his government is continuity, is one country. So, of course, we have to say it to the president. But one key distinction, please, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we have not reached to the point of getting a grant yet. Liberia is eligible to submit a proposal that will be considered for a compact grant. So we are still ways ahead. But at this level of being considered to submit a proposal, almost all of the reasons why Liberia reached this stage, of course, is George Weah's. This is one of the many things that we've argued that the achievements of George Weah administration cannot be matched. 3 years under George Weah, they passed the MCC, which was a major milestone for being considered to submit a proposal today. The 2025 year, which of course took into consideration April 2023 to March 2024. The 2024 year, which took into consideration April 2022 to March 2023, and going back to 2021. So at the end of the day, we will always say it very proudly that George Weah's performance as a president will be remembered and brought back in history because his removal from office was based on propagandas and lies and not because of what he actually delivered. I will bet on it. This government, I really pray they succeed. But can I match 25% of what George Weah delivered for Liberia? And that's the reason why come 2030, George Weah will be inaugurated president of Liberia. Thank you.
Point of information as a though. So when you are considered to submit a proposal, or when you are considered eligible to submit proposal, there's already a funding envelope range for you. So for this range, Liberia could get anywhere between 305 million to 500 million. Now the money dispensary will actually be dependent on the quality of proposal you submit. So the government will have to find a technical team that will actually draft the proposal so that it is able to clear all of the $500 million range. If you submit, I agree with you. If you submit a poor proposal, they'll give you 300 million. If you submit a very viable and well thought through proposal, the possibilities are you can get all the $500 million awarded to you. So once you are eligible for proposal submitter, the money is sitting down there waiting already, is only waiting for you to submit your proposal. So I just wanted to make that point clear.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Very much. We're gonna give the
Mano, Biggie, retire 4 hours. One set up, Biggie. Let's close now.
Honorable Snow, give me 1 minute. Why you worrying? Oh, you tired go, brother. That's cool. Yeah, you tired go.
We gotta close.
Is that 1 minute we're looking at the time, or we're marking it for 1 minute? Because on a string, get it that minute. You took the minute from him. That 1 minute, I got a clock.
You can talk about NCC company.
Let give Mame 3 minutes. Let him take 3 minutes.
I stay with my Bapolo brother.
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, you see, Honorable Snow try to emphasize on things. When they approach him, and are just trying to show that a lot of things honor the comments he's making. It's not ideological. When they ask Honorable Snow about the money in the budget for the renovation of the burned section of the Capitol building, he said, yeah, it's okay. You can put it there, and then we do assessment later on. We must spend more or we must spend less. They put money in the budget for Yellow Machine to be able to address road issue. He said they not even conduct procurement process. They put money in budget. That's inconsistency of where you stand on the issue. When it comes to the heart, no problem. You don't need to conduct any procurement process. You can put money in the budget. But when it comes to the Yellow Machine, that will address road issues, that will address agriculture-related issues, then you say, no, why they put it in the budget, they not conduct procurement process. But we were here when the Yellow Machine started and said, this is not the way to procure Yellow Machine. And call on the government to do it the right way. They decide to do it the right way. There are speculation, oh, they increase the amount, oh, they reduce it. But yes, that's why the legislature is there, to be able to checkmate. But when you sit on one platform, in 30 seconds, you against or you support putting money in budget or procurement because it's important. But in the same breath, when it comes to Yellow Machine, you say, no, where is the procurement process before the money go in the budget? That's wrong. It's wrong. I just wanted to highlight that.
My friend Musa Bede just comes and not answer you.
But I'm not asking you. I'm just saying what you did. I'm not asking your question.
No, but you're wrong. Mame, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Mame, it was not a projection. It was a sale contract. It was a sales contract.
Thank you.
Presented to the government for $82 million.
Thank you.
It was not a projection.
Thank you.
Who signed sale contract?
It was not a projection.
The president wrote.
It was not a projection. They submitted documentation asking for $82 million.
Mame, you read it out from the president. The president said his friend. He said a gentleman agreement from his friend. And you saw Carrasco and going to jail having that gentleman agreement T-shirt.
We shouldn't make fun out of this thing.
Now the gentleman, I'm not making fun. The gentleman agreement now is in the budget. There was someone that was asked to renegotiate this deal from $80 million, and it came down to $20-something million. And then additional $3 to $4 million has been added onto it. So there's a sales transaction. It's a sales agreement. You're talking about this Capitol building, Mame. Mame, come on. I'm coming.
It is not a sale agreement.
What is it?
There's no sale agreement for Yellow Machine in Liberia.
Because Mame, you are right. That's why that money should not be in the budget. So I agree with you on that one. There's no sale agreement now. We should not be putting money in the budget, but we are doing that. So we're in violation. That's what
no, there are no sales agreement. There are no contract for roads, money in the budget for roads. There are no sales agreement for the procurement of drugs, money in the budget for drugs. There are no sales agreement.
But Mame.
Excuse me, I'm not talking to you. There's no sales agreement.
You don't get it long. Let Mame talk. You don't get
it. Agreement. Yes.
Second, I didn't talk on the show.
You say you're making plan. You say you're making plan.
The whole day I didn't talk on the show. I only talk for less than 5 minutes on the whole show.
There's no sales agreement for money for medic for drugs, and there's money for drugs.
I'm coming to you. There is no sales agreement for the vehicles that lawmakers can use, but the money is in the budget. So the money is budgeted. It sets the government's intention before you can move to the next step to do procurement. You cannot do procurement. You complete the procurement before you put the money in the budget. You express government intention by putting the money in the budget. Once the money is in the budget, before it leaves the consolidated account, you must do procurement.
Mama, let me hold you. If we agree, because you guys do this whole math my own, I just a simple businessman. Why you going to LSE, somebody making a fast nickel? Let me ask you a question, Mama. You said, well, they got to do all this before they go get a car. Mama, but I think the executive did the opposite. They brought a machine in the country.
They brought it.
The machine is at DTC direct.
That's the difference in the whole thing.
They tell you, say the machine coming, you like it, you don't like it, it coming. After all
it coming, then they put the money.
Then we're not going to put the money in yet. But the other way around though, they say we want it. Please put the money there. And after the money is available, then we'll go get a car. Then we'll go get what you're talking about. Mama, don't you think is you're going contrary to your own example you're making here?
No, I'm not going contrary. Honorable Snow said.
That's what you said. That's no.
Yeah, but I was responding to what he said. So he said there is no procurement and they put money in the budget. That's what he said. So I came back to him. I said, but the renovation of the Capitol building, there is no procurement and money is there for it. And you support that. When it comes to the road and the yellow machine, there is no procurement as you said.
Mommy.
I think now we understand that its feasibility study, right?
Thank you. And I told you it could cost 100 million, it could cost 100,000, it could cost 2 million, it could cost 3 million, whatever it is. In this one, you already know how much you're going to give the men to Africa for a yellow machine.
And you know how many machines.
And you know the quantity, everything on the machines.
Is it the 285? Is it the 285 machines still for the 21 million? Senator Snow?
Yeah, so someone will negotiate from 80 million to come all the way down to
ask Honorable Snow, how many machines are they bringing?
So no, but Mame, give some more chance to now, brother.
First of all, they selling machines were free. They said that one friend give.
But another reason why Mama got better, they were sitting down in the car celebrating because it was free.
Yeah, they selling
machines were free. We need to be clear though.
So now we got to pay for it.
285. We don't have 285 yellow machines in the country though. We have about 7 or 8 pieces. So it means
we got 31 pieces.
Looking at
31 pieces.
Yes. Okay. Around there.
Yeah.
Okay, around there. So, but again, Senator Snow, like you said,
installation.
Right there. So it means the procurement process have already been completed. Machines start coming. Mama cow all the machines do.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but this was the #1 most corrupt attempt by folks that are closer to the president, and the president have not taken action. Now we'll see after they bring this thing down to $20-something million, whether the president will take action. But this was the major looting spree this government was about to undertake.
No, just one question.
One question. I beg you. Let me end it, because whenever I say this thing, people record me on tape and go and distribute them. This was one of the worst in the history. That's what you're talking about. Not $25 million, Samuel 12. You are talking about $84 million walking away on a Grispe Mamaka and Joseph Yima Boyka. But when it backfired, Joseph Yima Boyka called Jeremiah and said, "Come to our rescue." I mean, anyone listening, we have to be mindful here. We have to be very, very mindful that even to the extent the president on another gentleman agreement said getting extra $4 million for Mamaka and Grace Period that have been running up and down. That's scary, folks. It is scary. The yellow machine was a scam. The yellow machine was the #1 most get rich quick scam that this government was trying to undertake. The second get rich quick scam, that was Nicotech. That backfire on them. Do you have a Nicotech again? The other get rich quick scam, and I will say that tomorrow. What is happening at the airport involving president family members? What is happening at LTA with TIA? Have you asked yourself the question? The amount of money going to TIA? Sylvester Grisby and Abdullah Kamara convinced the president that Oswald Twine should approve that document, that TIA should receive the money. You know how our country been destroyed? and we sit on the show every day, and some people just want to be a partisan just for any reason. That's it. Joe Biden will run again. I will not support him. You know that. But I will not keep quiet to allow this country that we all fast and pray for, that God please send someone to replace Joe Biden. That today, that person, that individual, the president of the Republic of Liberia, showing blind eyes. Look what happened at the Capitol building. Must it burn down before Mr. President called the majority and the minority? Must it burn down? Are you kidding me? 42 years in government. That's not the Joseph Boakai we know. That's not the Joseph. Something is happening with our country. That's dereliction of duty. Nobody should ask the president to work before he works. Nobody should ask the president to say, Mr. President, your nephew at LTA is the most corrupt individual in the country today, before you add on it. Mama, you sit here, we're talking about. You know how well. You know Abdullah Kamara is destroying this country. You know that, Mama. We can argue about the road. You can defend road in Guinea. It's okay. We got our own issue. But it's a disgrace to us that fought and championed Joseph Yima Boakai. It's a disgrace. You think I want to ask Dodo Kai and say they lie, they steal, they brought back Joseph Boakai. You can lie to win. You can lie to govern. Do you think I want to ask Dodo or Clinton on the show? But where are those rescuers? They are hiding the cockroaches. They are hiding under the bed because they do not have the eyes to come and defend the truth. They cannot look in Abdullah's eye and say, you are stealing from the people, you must go. Look at the case with Amin Modar. When we brought the news on Spoon, the same folks, party folks, they defended Amin Modar. They said we were lying. What happened? Look at Double Jara. We even talking about MedTech. Do you know MedTech is overpressing Liberian 3 times as much? You know where that money going? Between MedTech and Double Jara and the executive? If we cannot speak now, we will have no more voice to direct this nation. It is wickedness. Not because Snow, yeah. I don't like Snow.
But Snow is a part of this.
You like me.
Snow is a part of it. He's in the Senate. And he
No,
has the power.
Let me finish my speech. You can say your own. You can say your own. You just say that Solomon can support your election so that your business. Let me say this. No. Tell me from there. It's very, very bad for us to sit here and do party affiliation thing. That's why the Capitol building burned down today. That's the reason why everybody is taking side. We want to see Joseph Yima Boakai coming in the middle. My son, let's fix it. I'm going to leave this for you guys. We want to see that. We want to see Joseph Yima Boakai calling Richard Kuhn in the room, calling Speaker Kofa, calling Speaker Kuhn. Just them 3. Don't put VP Kuhn there because they already accuse him. You are the president. Talk to them. Let's fix this issue. Go and talk to your blacks. Let's move this country forward. For the team, Kofa Webb is in the government. For the team must remain in the government. You know that. How easy it is. But when the president is so hard-hearted, when the president believes that he cares less, and he's the angel that fell down from heaven to redeem the country, but the country is not redeemed. And the president that allowed himself to be proud like in the Bunasa, you know how you end it. This is wrong. This is not the Joseph Boakai we know. Are we seeing a different Joseph Yima Boakai? How long must the people speak before you listen? The road you're driving on. Look around you when you're in your convoy. See children. They are not in school. You pass even the university every day. Have you asked question? Why is not open? Have you asked question? This is wickedness. Your same friend, you sent him to Washington, D.C. You put him there for 6 months to find a president. $33 billion where? But you sending him to Washington, D.C. He was in Nigeria for 12, 18 years, whatever the amount of years age. Guess what happened? They raped the little children over there. He covered it up. Joseph Yema Boyka, the president, you throw in a blind eye, you send it in Washington, D.C. Is this law for country? Do you think we'll remember the president, Joseph Yema Boyka, that having that derelict behavior, the mindset that it's only about me, it's only about my family? In the midst of protests, no, I know you will go.
No, I'm okay. I'm not going.
In the midst of protests, you told them, I must go sign the book of condolences. What babies and women and children and the elderly, they have to use excessive force just to get it off the way. Because who coming? Gange coming. Gange coming. They got to get the children out of the way. Excessive force. That's not a Joseph Boyka we know. No. That's not the Deacon Joseph Boyka we know. You think I care if you go and close down the radio station? Do that. I will be on Facebook. Do you think I care if you like me? You hate me? We're doing it for the Liberian people. Many are called, few are choosing, my friend. If I ask you, you don't get it, that's fine. I'm okay. Mommy, you send a little girl for $150 to go take care of her mind, buy her mind medicine. On her way, because Joseph Boyka was coming, they had to beat that girl. She got hurt on the way. Excessive force from the police. Mommy, you yeah? Let's say these things. The leader
that mommy Tintin?
No, you give my two.
The Oma daughter want to pick. Mommy Tintin.
I just want to ask her.
The Oma is saying the Oma daughter needed that money to go buy medicine. And Mama was being generous. Some of the things we can do, people need to know. We are distributing over 1,200 and something bag of rice starting Saturday. Thank God to Dr. Nimne 12. Thank God to the Fulani community. Thank God to the Unity Party group that in Maryland. Thank God to the 7 leadership organization. Thank God to Nathan Beer, the representative from Rhode Island. And thanks to so many others that are contributing for this cause. Our people are dying. Our people are hungry. The Christmas is not looking good. You not burn down the building. President Boyka, fix it. It was because of you that building got burned. It was because of you. You refused to intervene. You refused to act like a father, like a president, like a grandfather. And your children fought among themselves. And that's the result. Till you can fix it. Till you can call them. Till you can fix this problem. Mr. President, every day we are getting disappointed. And may God save the state. Guys, I think we gotta go. We gotta go. I know Snow is coming back to do his closing. Every day we come on the show again, I will say over and over and over, we will be having Kabina Janan one-on-one with the CEO on Sunday. If you're from Unity Party, you are welcome. You're from CDC, you are welcome. This is the People's Network. It's not no one person. Yesterday, I was supporting ANC. The other day, I was supporting Unity Party. Today, we're supporting CDC. Be my guest. I am who I am because of the grace of God. I will be who I will be because of the grace of God. And may God save our country. We will continue to preach. We'll continue to speak. We'll continue to hold government officials accountable from the president to the sweeper. We will hold everybody because our country, Liberia, need to be fixed. Honorable Edwin Mervyn Snow, thank you for joining us tonight, Chief. And again, do your closing, sir.
Shannon, I want to say thank you. I think you went on fire just now, and I could feel speaking from your heart. You know, it's about the country, Stanton, and you know we have to be able to say it. Sometimes people think by saying the truth, speaking truth to power means you don't like the person. No, I disagree with that. We must speak the truth. And what you did just now and what you've been doing, you know, go back to your last birthday. I did a post of you. And I said, I like you because you speak your heart and you're a fair person.
The senator data finish.
Somebody call the senator. But let cancel the closing. Let cancel watching.
That data been with talking, mommy.
Let cancel close.
Let me close.
Let cancel.
Yeah, close cancel.
Okay, sorry, somebody went interrupted my call with phone call.
Back.
Somebody interrupted.
You know, my other battery went off, so I had to switch my phone, and this phone is the one people call me. Can you hear me?
Senator, are you
Yeah, we can hear you.
Are you remarried?
Well, let me be fast.
Senator, I ask you a question.
A man, the man will be fast. You dare ask the man.
Senator, are you remarried?
Man, you're asking the senator personal question. Stop asking.
Did I hear you?
Ask a personal question.
No, that's a personal question there. This is our senator.
I got one more for him. I got one more for him.
He want none of your daughter there. You get $7 by 7 women, not correct. Senator, go ahead.
I got more than 7 daughters, though.
Look, you know, I have, brother senator, I have to go. It's been a great show. I know sometimes it gets really, and then we have to move, but it's been a really long 4+ hours now. But it was a good show. I hope some of the things we missed today, because we have the senator, will continue on it tomorrow. But I wanted to, you know, just circle back and say, you know, it's a good thing like we all want to come back today, but we have to recognize that this has been an effort by.
Let me close real quick.
Yeah, let me just close quick before people start calling me again. I just want to say thank you, Stanton, and I always like to be on your show. I always listen to your show because I think you speak the truth, you speak your heart, and I just want the government to understand that we all have to live here, we all have to coexist. Stanton, look at me. I was whipped during the election for Western Cluster by all of you here. With the government said by the time we take over, we shut down Western Cluster. They're stealing from us, they're spoiling the road. Have they stopped it? Or it was to win the election? Oh, Metex. We shut down Metex, they're stealing from the Liberian people. Metex now is a baby, the golden child of this government. Oh, CTN, we do this, golden child. We're not fly private jets flying. Oh, cabinet minister don't have to go to the airport to see the president off. Go to the airport and see. Oh, the military don't have to go and hold a gun for the president to walk on the red carpet every time. Go and see. Where are we? Where are the angels? Where are the angels? We brought down people. We brought down people in this country for state power. And we're doing ×2 of everything people were accused of. So I hope that we can change. I hope that we'll see that the future is bright for this country, but we must all be able to live and preach what we say we do, because we can't just bring other people down, you know, put people in a box and just castigate you. I mean, tell me today, I thought the day of inauguration there would be Noble Western Cluster. Go there. Go there. See if what has changed. Metex, what has changed? If you call Metex need today to some government official, they will slap you. Don't want nobody should talk about Metex. Metex is a baby, the darling of this government. Okay? When Beaver were doing pre-shipment, you pay $190 or so because they had to go and do pre-shipment, go to your destination. Now it's destination shipment. That money is still paid, and all of it go to Metex. It don't even go to that share. Don't even go to government of Liberia. It's any amount above that goes to that government has shares in. And then we just did this to everybody. I always knew, and I defended President Weah that it's not possible for a president to fly from Liberia to Abuja for a Summit Rhyme commercial jet. You people standing while else told me that's not true. President can fly in. What this, that. What's happening today? I saw someone like you on the plane the other day. I wonder if it was you. That's private jet. Oh. You.
What plane?
On the private jet. You know? So again, I just want to say, you know, I'm still hearing
70 million.
Someone just sent me a text to say the president, you know, met with the minority bloc. If that is true, it's a day too late. I wish the president would have done this a long time ago as a leader, as the head of the country, as the father of the land. We didn't have to get to where we are today. We didn't have to destroy this country. We didn't have to use excessive force on innocent citizens, arresting people, jailing people, and all of that. We can't go back. This is not the Liberia we pray for. We cannot go back to it. And we demand the right thing to be done. in conformity with the law, we demand the right action to be taken in this country, but we must correct it. Again, Senator, I want to say thank you. Thanks to all of the panelists. Thank to you, my big brothers, Clinton, Paul, and Uncle Sam. The ladies have left already, but it's always a pleasure being here, and you can count on me. Whenever I'm needed, I will be here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. God bless you, and say hi to the Chief Justice. I know she will listen to you. She's right there. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
My ex-wife, I will tell my ex-wife when I see her. I see her another other day out there.
Yeah, you in the county or you out of the county?
For me, I'm in Liberia. I had to go to session today. I'm in Monrovia. I'm home. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. It's good seeing you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Always a pleasure.
All right. So let's bring in Clinton. Let's wrap this thing up.
Look, I'm already tired. I'm not going to be long, but it's good that we had Snow here tonight. It was a very great show. Less interruption. It tells you how good the discussion was today. It was very less interruption. People had the time to talk. But look, the CDC government, fall prey to propaganda. And Isaac was right. It's not because the government didn't do anything, as many people. There was a lot of propaganda. Like, I got on the plane and flew to Liberia and started Liberiaizing with all the folks to help the government PR on my own, with all the colleagues, just because of the negative barrage of PR that was coming against the government. Look at the MCC compact today that we became eligible for. It's based on the last 3 years. A complete contradiction. Like, how a group of people who are with this whole propaganda, they did absolutely nothing. Now, the basis of what they did in the last 3 years is the foundation for which Liberia is scheduled to get over $500 million in development. Everything this government ran on, all the propaganda that the UP government ran on, that they said it was never, and Senator Snow said it perfectly, from private jet to everything else. Everything that this government said, they're doing it, and they're doing it times 4. 4G, Pro Max. But again, the propaganda, and they've not stopped. They're going on with the propaganda. They're lying away even now, as a government. But it's good that we have this platform and we're here to checkmate some of these things, because I think the Liberian people deserve better. And look, it's good that the president has decided, like I've said a long time ago, that look, it's late, that the president should have done this thing a long time ago, but that he's doing it. It's happening at a time when the country is in, chaos. People are on the edge, but we are hoping for a resolution to this thing. But most importantly, that the government will respect the rule of law, that they will respect the rule of law. It is very important that we do that we set this precedent in Liberia, that we are a government, that we are people that are going to respect the rule of law. And to conclude, that the president must unite. I stated here a lot of things that the former president did when he came to power, right? There's a lot of unity party people that were across the government in Liberia that were never removed from their positions. The president took deliberate steps. A lot of them are true. A lot of United Party people are in the CDC government. That's a fact. The president took very deliberate steps. Today, you're talking about, I didn't say it. Yes, Senator Snow, that people who even were appointed, their nominations record, they were even confirmed record because of their association with the past government. We can build a country. You have a small country where the government is the largest employer. When you come and you win an election, you have to unite the country. So good night, gentlemen. It's been a long 4.5 hours. Looking forward to tomorrow. I didn't have the text send down and things we have to close this show. I'm tired. It's been a long night.
Let's bring you in.
Yeah, I want to come in, starting with Honorable Snow's closing. We cannot make any reasonable case that because there are excesses in government that we have acknowledged, therefore, what is happening today is doubled what happened in the past. It's wrong. Nobody lie on anybody. The government of Liberia indicted the 2 governors at the central bank, and the country panicked on the issue about the money. The government asked Crow to commission an audit on the mock-up exercise. Crow report is online. You can Google it. You will see the findings in the report of over $7 million that central bank claimed they paid to people. Crow said they did not see those money changers. In their report, is online. Businesses that they claim they did business with and put their telephone number and say we gave them this money. Crow said we contacted them, we did not see them. The report is online. I have got excerpt of that report and put it in the chat room. The portion that has to do with the table. So nobody lie on anybody. Drosky in the country. The prosecuted. And the people who brought the jaw left. Go read the court files about how the government dashed the case. Nobody lie on anybody. Joe, we never had horses all around the place when he became president. We knew him. In less than 6 months, he started building all over and buying all the houses. Nobody lie on him. To MCC, I published on my page. It's there over 3-4 days ago that the results of the scorecard, which is just one of the factors, was drawn from as far as 2021, 2022. The methodology shows it. It's not 3 months into Joseph Boakai administration. It tells you for economic growth or for economic performance where we took the data from, how long is there in the report. And I posted. But equally so, the same report that telling you the scorecard is important, the same report is telling you the government's commitment to further reform and upholding those reform is critical, is one of the indicators. The first move the finance minister made when he took over was to go to MCC. I posted a picture on my page. The first move. He met the executive director responsible for selection. Because people doing economic diplomacy and they're not posting all around. Like when people used to come to America before they get sitting down taking pictures with lobbyists. Because you didn't see that. The picture is on my page. The first move was to move to MCC to assure them that it's not just about passing school, but this is our reform agenda to ensure that resources are directed into areas that improve the lives of the people. And you are also admitting that we have challenges. We fight against corruption. We have challenges with investing in the people. But these are our plans to address those challenges. That is the reassurance in addition to the scorecard. But Liberia were not failing scorecard. We were passing scorecard until 2017. Paul, you know that. It was George Weah who started to fail in scorecard from 2018 to 2021 to 2020. He failed for 3 years. We were not failing scorecard when he came. We were passing scorecard. He the one started to fail in scorecard until the last 3 years. Go check the record. We're not failing scorecard. Passing scorecard was not an issue for Liberia. It was George Weah who started failing scorecard. Stanton, lastly, 30 seconds. The president movement will not be dictated by protest. The president is sensitive. The theory is when the president goes in Nima tomorrow and there are protesters on the road, he shouldn't go. You got protesters on the road. The president is going to Cape Man tomorrow. They say, oh no, there are protesters in Douala. The president should turn around and come back home. The president is going to the mansion to meet investors. They say there are protesters on the road. The president should go back home. At the Capitol building, There were no protesters when the president arrived there. The video of people being pushed by state securities, they were journalists. And it is journalists always, every time they want to be at the front to take pictures. And the security move them and using excessive force, which we condemn. But to say when the president is going somewhere and there is protest, he should turn around and go back home. When he's going somewhere, there is protest, he should turn around. You can't do that to the president. What we can tell the police to do is to not use excessive force. Every time in our country where the police and protesters agree, there can be no protest, there can be no violence. During George Weah time, November 7 or June 7, the protesters and the government agree on boundaries. There were no casualty. No casualty. Every time the protester and the government agree, no casualty. If you don't have bad intent and you protesting, you raising your concern, why should the president not pass and go do his work? You should even use the president's opportunity to even elevate your concern to him. But to say because you dare protesting, nobody should pass. If protest is a war zone, protest is not a war zone. And the president movement will not be dictated by people protesting. The police should ensure people's rights are protected, they are not violated. But you can't say when the people protesting here, the president should not go there. The day the president going to the airport, put protest on the road, he should go back home. You go in Cape Mount, put protest on the road, you should go back home. It can't work like that.
Thank you very much, my man. Paul Kennedy.
I think it was a good show, Stanton, and to all my colleagues who are panelists. We come here and argue, agree, disagree, get insulted by the viewers. I like this because it is showing that you will actually have some form of democracy and tolerance, a high level of tolerance in our country. Except that I'm not seeing that amongst the lawmakers. And I mean, specifically the representatives, the fact that they will, be going at each other and doing all kinds of things is a simple disagreement and agreement. And my caution to them has always been, for the sake of the country, you all need to sit down to dialogue and operate within the purviews of the Constitution. Azado, can you hear me?
I can hear you. We're hearing you.
Showing your hand to ear.
Nobody asked it though. You're all right. That's why.
All right. So our country is at the critical junction. My son won't feed me now because I've been here for 4 hours. The country is at the critical junction, and we really need to readjust most of the things we are doing as far as keep making sure that our country moves forward. And I'm hoping that our leaders will reconsider some of the decisions they are making to make sure they keep Liberia a place that people want to come to invest. All of the noise coming out of Liberia, to a certain extent, really does not benefit the country. When people look on the international media and see, what's happening in our country, it can really be challenging to convince people to want to come there to invest. I said people who don't really mean well for the country will be sitting down happy for this kind of thing. Today the country made a significant gain when you are considered an award candidate for award of the Millennium Challenge Compact. It is a big thing. It is a good thing, and we need to congratulate the country, put all politics aside, and thank everyone who have worked into getting us this forward. Thanking myself and the team that actually helped to implement the previous compact. That is also, to Mame point, a part of the consideration of why we are going forward to get a compact. Not being political, I think we should thank all of the governments involved in making sure they are keeping the country eyes on the ball. Like Mame said, I mean, reassuring the reformation process is also a very critical part that the MCC consider, because they don't want to give you their money and you cannot assure sustainability of all of the things that previous government have put in place. So it's about sustainability. Will you actually sustain the gains that you have made? Except they see that in your government or in succeeding government, they're not going to work along with you on that. So the Millennium Challenge compact is a very big thing for the economic growth for low and middle income countries like Liberia. And we are looking forward into providing any advice, whether it's for, for the development, whether it's for technical, redress. We are Liberians will always do that. And finally, let me talk to the issue of the allocation of the 1.8 million that is currently being speculated towards the rehabilitation or the renovation of the Brent building. Why I agree with Senator Snow that when you do a blanket, appropriation or projection, it really does not mean you're going to use all that money. But could they be doing the same blanket of projection for the health sector? Could they be doing the same for the schools? Could they be doing the same, for the current? Just maybe putting money around so that they can say, you know what, people who want to go to school can go and take loan instead of always looking for scholarship and getting. I think these are the kind of things our lawmakers should be sitting down and innovating so that they alleviate some of the burdens of survival from our people. Our people are very poor, and they are going through a lot. So I just think it's a good show tonight, and I'm always glad to be on Spoon whenever I can be. Stanton, thank you for this great platform.
No, thank God, and thank you very much for always coming. We appreciate you. Uncle Samuel Jackson.
Yeah, you guys won't believe it, but it's 3:41 a.m. in the morning here in Southern Africa. I say this because I want the people out there to know that we who come to Spoon, we not come here for fame. It's not about money. It's just that we are committed. We have a commitment to our country. We disagree, and sometimes we curse each other, but guess what? We respect and love each other beyond measure. Let me tell you today, my man myself with Frank, very close friend. I respect Paul Kennedy. Stanton try to deflect and mess with me, but I love that picking bad kind of way. As a dopa, that my own colleague. We come here on a regular basis because I love our country. And that's all we have. And many of us on the platform here, we can do anything in the world because we prepare ourselves for that. Every single one of us on this platform is a professional in their own right. It's a professional. We independent. There's nobody on this platform depending upon government largesse. Not one single person. I haven't done any government consultancy since September 2019. That's 5 years ago. And our spouses and our family, they also suffer. I have the young daughter here. She stayed up waiting for me. And Stanton, your family waiting for you. Paul Kennedy, your wife waiting for you. All of us, Mama, your family waiting for you. 4 to 5 hours prime time for you to be with your family. You hear espousing and talking about things, and people in live feed insulting you. But we take it in good strides. We take it in good strides. Our country is all we have. That is the reason why I want to make this very strong appeal to my uncle, Keke Choboga. President Boga, there are many people who support you who are disappointed. Who support you who are disappointed. They call me in the middle of the night and they burn my ear. President Boga, where you came from to where you are today, those people made you. I'm not going to call their names. I won't disclose that. But President Boga, you need to reorganize your government. You need to bring in the people who made you to realize your dream. Coming from all the way from that place, I think I'm in Coma and coming to Monrovia, walking barefoot, where you are today. It is all about legacy now. President Boga, you're 80 years old. I beg you, Papa. You don't need to make anybody to feel good. The only point you know make feel good is people like Brother Porter put you up there. On that note, we try to come on spawn as much as I can over the next few days. But I would also like to inform the audience that I'm having a Zulu wedding here around February 14. The people say I didn't marry their daughter the right way. I married her at Court House in Decatur, Georgia.
I'm coming to Zulu Natal.
Uncle Sam, who are invited?
I'm coming to Zulu Natal.
So I mean, as you know, I mean, I'm not a money man to say 1,000 people will come. But if you're in South Africa and you know you want to come to it, we'll be able to give you some liquid water for you to drink. But they want me to put our Zulu clothes, the Zulu, what they call it, the cultural gown on. She put her thing on, like the first daughter in the family. And my man, the people take this thing very seriously. They don't accept that marriage that was done at the courthouse in Atlanta. They won't hear about it. And that's all they talk about. They are so excited to do this wedding. I've never seen them so excited like this before. They're very excited. So around February 14, but by the end of this month, at the beginning of January, we'll have all the dates and all of the arrangements firmed up, and we'll be putting out there the announcements so you can come and see what a Zulu wedding is all about, and to see the kind of family that this girl, that this girl come from. This girl,
congratulations, my man.
Let me finish now. She is one of the best. Anytime we go anywhere, and the guy used to be the face of the MTN, model, all that kind of stuff. They see me. What did you say to this girl for her to follow you all the way to Gate Town? So it's a blessing. And I want her family to feel that, you know, because she's in our hands, right? She's in Gate Town. She only come here 1 or 2 months a year. The rest of the time, she's there in Gate Town, always following our Domo, where the mosquito biting her. So she's our daughter. And if anything were to happen to me in the future, you have to put your arms around her because she has taken Liberia to be her home. And I want to thank you all very much. Thank you so much.
That's beautiful. Dr. Richard C. and Glennie missed this one. We're going to let them know tomorrow. But we say congrats, man, and we just can't wait. Thanks a lot, Uncle Sam, and thanks to Madame. I'll ask you to take us home now.
Thank you. Congratulations in advance to you, Uncle Sam. So, when President Weah was president, and protesters decided to gather in front of the executive mansion to cook, there was no agreement between protesters and the police that you should go in front of the executive mansion to cook. No. President Weah was president. He had all of the armies with him, all of the guns. He could have said, you know what, I'm man, I get giant man, I'm King Kong, I must go. He could have gone, but no, he sat home. He said, the people's there.
We're losing you, Isaac. Isaac, we are losing you.
It did not finish.
All right. Sorry, Isaac.
You will come back.
Did I finish? Want to say thanks to all of you.
Isaac, did I finish?
Trokon, can you come on? Let's close the show. Trokon, if you're in the back and you can hear me, please come on. Let's close the show. Paul Kennedy, we want to say thank you. Mommy, man, we appreciate you on tonight, man.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam, congrats again as always. We'll be back here tomorrow. Again, we're going to have a big show for you tomorrow. A lot of information coming up, and we will be bringing it to you till we meet again. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God save you.
Love you guys so much. Well, how's the book going? You reading the book?
I'm in it, man. I'm not talking about it right now. I finished it.
You even start a book here, you liar. You start a book here. You're too busy.
I mean, I sent you the book picture yesterday. I'm sending it to you.
Yeah, you sent me the book picture, but you start reading the book here. You're too busy. You're doing too many things.
I you give you a summary of the book already?
No, don't give me the summary. Call me. Don't bore the audience with it.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, brother. Gentlemen, I have to end this show because it's saying that our producer, Trokon Flama, is dead asleep.
I fell asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to end with you. I want to say Paul Kennedy. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I want to say, Paul Kennedy, thank you, Uncle Sam, as always. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we want to say thanks very much for joining us on this beautiful evening. Don't forget, come back tomorrow, Bombing King. As always, man, we say thank you to Akapon Johnson. Thanks to Alvin Bradier. Thank you for coming back. Choko, come on, let's close the show. I want to say Joseph Pega, Fede Bala, and every one of you, man. You know, we're talking about almost 70,000 of you that joined us today. 70,000. We appreciate you. Till we meet again, may God bless you. May God keep you, Choko. Thank you. And may God save our state. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
We want to say thank you for listening to today's edition of the Spoon Talk. With me being in studio, Trokon Flammer and the rest of the team, you know, was out there, and you've been following. You say thank you so much for following. And those who listen, those who share, we say thank you, everybody. And that's how we like to go on to this edition of the program of the Spoon Talk. Yeah, Spoon Talk returns on tomorrow. I'm going to be here again with you in your company and producing here. So we say, yeah, we have to go. That's how we bring the show to an end from Congo Town in the nation's capital, Monroe.
You want to get a news update, my brother Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what's happening